ladies and gentlemen, welcome for the first time ever in a pro analysis of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan 2022 Spring. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma. And Ocean, this is the first time we have a separate Pro League for Pakistan. How excited are you?
I'm really excited, just like you said, this is the first time we have a separate Pro League when it comes down to the Pakistan region as a whole, with the prize pool coming down, which just showcases the amount of excitement that obviously the players, the region itself has, and you as audience as well. And if we talk about the ways, the tournament is progressing, we are done with the qualifiers. Now we are moving on to the league. And well, after that, the finals will be on our way. Johnny, extremely excitement it's just coming out there.
Exactly. You need to get hyped up for this as well, and we're going to help you through that. But we have a lot to discuss, so let's get this party started. Alrighty, first things first, we're going to talk about the top performing teams, the teams that we think will be finishing in the top 3 of the leaderboard, and this will be in no particular order, by the way.
Yeah, and when we talk about these teams, right, let's start off with SALTxi8. We know what this name itself, like the later half, i8 has done for themselves in the previous tournaments, right? So they have that composure for themselves, that calmness, even if the road goes rough, right? They still know how to just perform, and well, they do it. And considered as one of the best teams of Pakistan, I believe we don't have to say much.
Also, one more thing that they have, it's crypto.
The best support assaulter, whatever you want to call him, he's just best at whatever he does. So yeah.
Yeah, but they are not going to be alone in this tournament. They will definitely face a lot of competition. One of the teams that might beat i8, I feel like at some positions, is going to be QWERTY, a team that is all about the experience that the lads have.
Exactly. Rahman's here, he's back and he's in form when we talk about that player. Well, Khan, we know the way the player just, makes up his mind with his IGL skills. Yeah. So coming up as a brilliant IGL in terms of rotations, in terms of giving up good decisions when the team needs it, and well, getting into the zone and onto the waves for the chicken dinners, they know how to get it done.
Exactly, and the last team on the list, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a lineup that's going to be playing under a new name this time, but you know these lads. I'm talking about QWERTY Esports, the players that basically put Pakistan on the esports map around the world.
They definitely have the clarity that they're not being called Bablu right now, but they'll have the clarity of being one of the best teams to perform because, well, their own experience speaks a lot for themselves.
Alrighty, so now it's time to talk about the top 3 individuals that we'll be seeing in the tournament. And Ocean, who do you think it's going to be?
I believe if we talk about top 3 players, it might just have Crypto, and Crypto.
That's fair, right?
If you look at the past performances of Crypto, we know this guy loves to deliver. And his team loves that he delivers, the entire region loves that he delivers, and that's Crypto in his own self. Well, if I have to just say, he likes to mine those skills for himself, no pun intended, and well, he does it in style, and that's the thing, being a supporter, letting his team play in their own flow, and well, then he's the one taking all the kills, all the clutches, all the best moments.
Exactly, the guy is basically in a top tier tournament making a highlight reel for himself. But he is not alone over there. He will definitely face a lot of competition from the OGs, and one of whom will be Rahman. This time playing under a new name though.
Actually, yes, Rahman. When we talk about that player, right, he loves to be the one who starts off slow, but he gets his own pace. And that too coming up with an experience for his own self, and that too with the lineup that he trusts, the players that he trusts, right? It kind of just boosts him up, and right now he's in a brilliant form. Just the only thing is, he should not succumb under the pressure if 1 or 2 days they go bad. If they go bad, things go bad.
The momentum just stops all of a sudden, but I don't think that's going to be the case this time because Rahman is not alone in his team. He has his mate, Gravity, over there, who's going to be firing on all cylinders right alongside.
Might just be the black hole for sucking up all the kills for himself if we talk about Gravity, right? He can just go for it. A young blood showcasing his own talent, his own performance, and that performance just, coming up onto the team, helping the team to build up the momentum. He's that kind of a player that if you're having a bad day, just as we were talking about for Rahman, right? If you're having a bad day, he might as well just step up for the team, and he steps up for good. And that's what a team needs, a player that can just come up in the adverse moments, and he can do that.
Exactly, but to be fair, there are a lot of other players that you need to look out for, and these 3 are going to be important, but they will face a tough competition. Okay, so we have talked about the teams, we've talked about the players. Now let's discuss the masala, the rivalries.
It's not exactly, most of the rivalries when we talk about, right, they are between Team A and Team B. Yes. But this time I would say it's a triple threat when we just, look forward to the rivalries that are happening. I mean, Salt, all the three names that we've just talked about, SALTxi8, Clarity, QWERTY, these teams, they are the Goliaths out there. So they'll have to have the name made up for themselves, and that's what they are going for. But then again, we would still want some newer masala, I guess, Johnny.
I mean, exactly. We would love to see some new teams be part of the action, because these three titans have been fighting for the crown to be called the best team in Pakistan for almost 3 years now. So it's going to be fun if there was a fourth rival involved among this. I mean, we're just hoping that happens.
Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. I know. Rivalries are rivalries, and it's good for us at the end.
Alright, so now what we're going to talk about is going to be the dark horses being involved in this tournament. I mean, you don't really know much about these teams, but once you see them perform, you want to get to know more about them.
Or it's like, you might have heard just a bit about them, but you want to hear and see and maybe feel their gameplay with the same intensity as they play more and more and more. We're talking about Team Regicide. I mean, a team that trashed the competition in the qualifiers with a player like Was just, getting up there with the top fraggers, showcasing his own talent. And that's what Dark Horse means, right? You are in the race, you want to showcase yourself, you want to make a name for themselves, and well, this is the platform that they will be just going forward.
Exactly, and they're coming into the league stages with a very strong momentum for themselves as well. It is a good mixture in this lineup of experienced lad plus the young blood being there as well. So it's going to be quite interesting to see whether they have what it takes to live up to all this hype that we have built up, and we're expecting so much from them. But only the league stages will tell us what's going to happen. So that's all we had for discussion in this particular video. But there's a lot more that's about to happen, ladies and gentlemen. As I said earlier, for the first time, Pakistan will have its very own PUBG Mobile Pro League happening with $100,000 in prize money. Top 20 teams are here in the league stages, but only the top 16 will be moving forward for the finals, which, when will they begin? Well, you guys will find out on our official social handles and on the YouTube channels as well, which are going to be right here now. So we'll be waiting for you on the battlefield. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.
PMPL exclusively for Pakistan. A chance to push your limits. The squads are ready to turn their dreams into reality. It's our chance to reach the biggest. It's time to enter the dawn of new champions. Let the action begin.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long while, but we are back. You are watching the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Season 2022 Pakistan. Of course, before we have the event started, a huge shout out to our sponsors, Oppo, who are the official smartphone sponsors of the PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan. And as always, this time we have someone new with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CA, who's going to be joining with us in this fun journey. How are you, buddy?
Oh, I'm feeling great and I'm feeling really excited, Fixes. First of all, a big thank you. I'm very excited to be on board with you guys. I think as a region, every single time Pakistan does not fail to deliver, and I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table this time around.
I'm already colored green away, and I understand why. Because in a while it's all gonna turn red because it's going to be so much aggression being put on the table by these teams, right? It's been a while. We've seen a lot of changes happening. We did have the qualifiers lately, out of which Team QWERTY coming out on top. Now that was something well, which was really anticipated. But you know what, CA? I'm here for those new guns. Those new teams that have really shown up. So I'm really looking forward to few of them. But what about you? Who are you eyeing out for?
Well, like you said, I think QWERTY is a great example. They're a team that has been continuously consistent in the qualifiers, and I think given the format we're heading into, right, the idea that we have the league days running into the super weekends, that consistency factor is going to come in absolutely clutch for these teams. So to be able to deliver time and time again in back-to-back maps over here while they run into the most formidable of foes, really. Especially, we have 17 teams of the qualified teams. We're talking about formidable foes. We've got those 3 very well-known names that have been invited around. So I think that much more intense it's going to become now in this PMPL.
Oh yeah, and we're gonna see all of them just colliding right from the very start. We're definitely gonna come back to that a little bit, but yeah, like you've been talking about, from the PMPL Season 4, we do have SALTxi8 this time. Then we've got Clarity, we've got FMxR3D. So all 3 of them under new banners, which is a really happy feeling because considering I've been associated with the Pakistan region for quite some time, and seeing this esports scenario really grow, the ecosystem finally building up, the Pakistani teams getting up over all their troubles and woes, they've come a long way, right? And this is just gonna get better. But right now, let's take a look at the format. How is the PMPL stacked up this time? As you do know, we would have 3 weeks of league play, out of which 20 teams are going to participate. Everyone's going to get their hands. They're going to play 8 games each. After those 2 days of league play, then we're going to have the super weekend. That is where the real business starts. Only the top 16 teams from the league days are going to make it, and they're going to play over the next 3 days. 15 matches are going to be played, and these are the points. Whatever points you accumulate during the super weekend do count. And towards the very end, right after we're done with 3 super weekends, the cumulative scores, the top 16 teams head in to the Pakistan finals of the PMPL, and then we still have few more very good news coming up, and I think we should keep that for later here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think for now our focus is going to be on this first week of league play, because what's really important, as you can see on the schedule too now, is that what's really important is a team try to make every single super weekend. I've seen very rare scenarios where a team misses an entire super weekend and is still able to make it, and in those rare scenarios they have to pull off like some sort of blistering performance in that super weekend, and that's not the kind of thing you necessarily want to rely on. Not to say that none of our teams are capable of it, but again, that's where consistency comes in. You make it to every super weekend, and even if you have an off weekend or 2, because you've made it every single time, you're that much more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, those are very important pointers that you've really made, and that has been one of my standing issues with the Pakistan region, which we're going to be talking about. But let's take a look at the overall schedule, right? As you can clearly see in front of your screens, we're going to be dealing with the first league week, right? We've got 22nd and 23rd, 2 days of league plays, and then from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're going to have the first super weekend, right? This is something that everyone's going to be eyeing out for, and this is that one super weekend, see, I don't think you would want to miss.
Oh yeah, 100%, because every single team is going to want to get off to a strong start, right? Because you talk about teams like the Team QWERTY that we were talking about. For them, yes, of course, they put in an amazing performance in the qualifiers. They finished top of the board with a decent margin, I'd say, to get here, but is all of that performance would be for naught if you don't get off to a strong start right here. And one of the biggest motivations for them is this massive prize pool that we have on display. I mean, of course, for the teams itself, it's those place distributions, but for me, in every single time we see this, my eyes go straight to that tournament MVP prize fixes for each player to build from the start their individual performance.
1 crore 76 lakhs Pakistani rupees on the line. I think that amounts to $100,000. So you can clearly see how big this region has grown exponentially, right? Because the first edition of the PMPL, which is specific to Pakistan. So this is again history in the making that we do have. Clearly shows how this region has solidified themselves to be one of the strongest in the entirety of South Asia. So a lot of things are happening. You know, the first position, whoever wins, they're gonna get 14 lakh Pakistani rupees and so on. Reduces. So there's something for every single team, right?
Yeah.
And not just that, yeah, we have a tournament MVP separate prize money as well, and that amounts to $1,76,000 rupees. And for the league stage, there you have it, right? 2,64,000 per team. So of course, you know, the teams that are qualifying from the league stage to the finals, they're gonna get a set amount of money. But how do you earn that? You've got to, of course, accrue a lot of points. And taking a look at the point structure, do you mind explaining it to the viewers?
Of course, I think the first, second, third, as we can see, those are the placement points. You've got to try and finish. Ideally, I'd say in the top 5 for those to really be influential. And if you're not finishing in the top 5, then you've got to make your fights count. You've got to get every single one of those elimination points you can. And really, I think the teams that are going to stand out to us is the teams that find a nifty balance between both of them, finding that perfect placement while still engaging in the optimal number of fights. Because if you play solely for placement, not looking so great. But if you play solely to fight from the very start, then you're going to miss out on a healthy chunk of those placement points.
Now you've brought up a really important point. I think this is the exact time to talk about it. You know, right now in the past we did see Team SALTxi8 missing out on that coveted PMGC slot, and reason why they could not maintain that perfect balance, they could not hold on to themselves. But this time, I think with new dreams and new aspirations, let's take a look at the squad rosters. Heading over to Group A, we do have SALTxi8 Esports, Quantum Rage, another team that we're really going to be eyeing out for. JD and IQ, two of those players, you know, I've heard a lot about them. Then we do have Quraysh and TmwEsports also following up. So Quraysh Esports and TmwEsports, we have seen them in the minor tournaments of the official PUBG Mobile events that we do have. But I'm really excited. You know, the two highlighted teams over here from this particular group, SALTxi8 and Quantum Race. Let's see how they're gonna perform. But as we head along, I think I'm pretty sure from Group B we have a lot of interesting names as well.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I think to add on to that point, Fixes, really, I think for every single one of these teams, this first week is so important simply because of the fact that, for example, for teams like SALTxi8, they're coming in with that in mind that they barely missed out on the international spot just before. So they want a flawless start to this PMPL to be able to build on, to lay a foundation to then go into the end of the league stage to try and win it all in the grand finals. But for teams that are coming in from the qualifiers, for them, this league stage is all about proving themselves, about proving that not only did they do very well in the qualifiers to make it here, but also they can step up their game in front of such titans like SALTxi8 to make it to another level. And talking about titans, another team coming in from our South Asia Season 4, QWERTY. This is a team to watch out for, especially that player Teen Wolf, because I think really has been the epitome of consistency in the past. Now that question becomes, will we see it in the present?
So, I mean, Teen Wolf is one of those players that you can relate to Hellranger
Yeah.
in a different, FPS game altogether. So, sort of a similar player, has been one of the oldest in the regions, one of the finest IGLs that we do have from QWERTY Esports. But it's so weird right now, you know, because you do not have the iconic name Bablu associated with it. Now, every single time I say Bablu, I'm pretty sure the Pakistani fans are going to be elated with Ocean having some really nice lines for them out there. If you can all remember, just spam it in the chat. But moving along, we do have Group C as well, right? So we've got FMxR3D, another invited team. Now this is one of those teams that I've really liked because, you know, they have stuck on with each other for quite a long time, and it's really good that they're finally being picked up by an organization. Then as we move along, we do have Team TwF also returning along with Team Star and Team The Ground founders. We've seen these players on a different organization name, but this is certainly a new team that they've formed. Shapatar, Zigsaw, Mr. Black, Kurama, all known players in the scenario here representing their team from a new brand name. So we've got to see as to how they're going to perform. But for Team Star, I think Hunk is definitely one of the players that we've been asked to watch out for. But apart from him, any other player that you're looking out for in this group here?
Oh, I think for me personally, it really is going to be, like you said, Thor from Team TUF2. I think this is a team that finished number 5 in the qualifiers, and they showed glimpses of brilliance, really. But again, that consistency factor is where it ended up meaning that they missed out on that top 1, top 2 spot, and weren't able to contest for it, and that's why they want to push forward. But talking about players to look out for, well, QWERTY, I think every single player is one that we've got to look out for. But personally, for me, Fixes, I'm really have my eyes set out for Anaconda. I think he's the kind of player that can really turn a map around by himself, you know, and that's the kind of firepower that, of course, all of QWERTY carries, but I want to see if one particular player is able to steal the spotlight.
You know, I think I really feel it has been stolen this time. So, you know why? Because of this wonder kid in their team who goes by the name of Gravity. He's now making a lot of noise. Now, a lot of Pakistani fans have, come into my DMs and they said, Fixes, bhai, you've got to look out for this one player. So, I'm really excited because rightfully said, you know, Anaconda, we all know Rahman. He's one of the most loved players in this region and one of the most aggressive ones that we do have. But as we move along to Group E, we're not going to be playing the first game today. Of course, they'll be joining us in the second one. Now, 3x Esports. Now, this is again one of the teams that I'm really excited to see. But we do have a few other teams like R3G, Regicide. Now, one of the older teams, and hold on, we've got Voltrucks and Johnny, you know, making their way from QWERTY and SALTxi8 respectively. So we've got to see with this new team, what are they going to be putting on the table? Because I've been asking the other guys out there, they've not been making a lot of noise, but you know, this is the tournament, right? This is the tournament where it all comes down to, right? Where if you perform well over here, you're heading on to the Pakistan finals, and if you perform well over there, you do know what's coming next. Of course, we're gonna make those revelations after a little while, because I'm not gonna spoil the party with all the announcements, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just day one, Fixes. So I think all of our attention for now is going to be on the particular teams in this opening day of the league stage and see how they perform. But yeah, of course, there's some spicy news that you guys should stick around for in the long run. But back to our conversation about day one. Yeah. I'm really curious to see which team gets off to that strong start. And I don't mean just in terms of points. I mean in terms of showing the confidence to be able to engage in those aggressive fights. Because when you think back to the region of Pakistan, the identity really has been confidence in aggression. They're not the sort of region that takes a step back. They're the sort of region that matches you pace for pace, looks to take you to the fight from the very start. And I really want to see that confidence inhabited in every single team.
You know, this is exactly where I was going to, because, you know, we're talking about the first game beginning. So teams from groups A, B, C, and D will be participating. So Group E will be sitting the first game out, which is going to be played in Erangel, right? We've got, this is the first league day. So we do have Erangels and Miramar only. From the next week onwards, we will have a change in the map rotation. But for now, we're going to stick to Erangel and Miramar. And, you know, there's something that I really want to share with you, CA. Pakistan region has been very dominating, especially in Miramar. Quite a lot of interesting teams that we've got to watch out for. But, you know, talking about Erangel particularly, because that is going to be the first game. So I think I'm really going to be eyeing out for those drop clashes and those ridiculous zones being formed. Because, you know, if you're a viewer, you're watching, you've been following the Pakistani esports for quite a long time, you clearly know that PMPLs or PMNCs, PMCCs, anything that happens in Pakistan, you are privy to some really redonkulous circles being formed. You know, that's I mean, CA, if you're gonna lose a few strands of hair, I'm not gonna be surprised because, you know, that has happened to me. I'm almost going bald, and I'm sure that I'm gonna share that not so luxurious feeling with you over the course of this event, because you are gonna witness that thrill. You're gonna witness that action. Everyone just being so aggressive. Now, this is one of those things that I've really wanted to touch upon, right? Sometimes, the only complaint with this region from my side has been they're way too aggressive. They do not know sometimes where to stop put the brakes, right? So this time, their intention, their focus should be a little bit more on maintaining that perfect semblance between having a really good position point and also in tandem with the kill points. If those two things are on way, then we're good to go. But let's take a look at the schedule for the evening as we head in. The first game that's going to be played in Erangel CL, and like we've already said, it's going to be just teams from groups A, B, C and D participating in that one.
Yeah, he's gonna take a seat out for the first match. Of course, they'll be back in the second. But it's just standard schedule. We'll have 3 maps of Erangel today, 2 of Miramar, and of course tomorrow is when it'll get flipped around. But for tomorrow, we'll get there later. I'm very glad that we're starting off with Erangel for our first match, because I really think this is one of the most consistent matchups that we can see for any team. A comfort really to start off with, and that's where I'm also curious to see if that tendency of a redonkulous zone that you mentioned does continue in Pakistan.
This is for the viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, where do you want this first circle to be forming? Now, I am sure a lot of you are huge fans of SALTxi8. Now, they have never left a military base since time eternal, right? So this is again one of the things that I'm going to be looking out for. Do we have any drop changes? Do we have any plan B? Are they going to all be put on the table today? Because again, this is those introductory week of the PMPL Pakistan Spring 2022. So that is something that I'm really looking out for, and there are always certain teams that love taking those challenges, that love taking those fights right from the very start. So this is the drop collision that we're talking about. I think we're gonna witness quite a few. Maybe that's something that I really would want, because with Pakistan we know we're looking at a lot of gunfights happening right off the bat, and it's high time. Yeah. There has to be one of those teams representing the Pakistani colors in the PMGC as well. Last time SALTxi8 losing out on that personally really broke my heart, because I really felt that the boys deserved it, but they sort of choked in the last day. They have to avoid doing that. But rightfully said, I think we've got a lot of new competition also coming in.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I think that's why it's very important for SALTxi8 to get off to a sound start, really, because for them, it's all about that later stage. It's all about getting to the finals and beyond and trying to make their mark there. But for the other teams, it's about taking them down. And I'm actually very curious to see if any teams go and directly challenge SALTxi8 from our very first match. Like, we know that they love the Sosnovka military base. They know that they love the Sosnovka military base, and all these other teams do too. So I wonder if any team decides to make one of the drop contesting points that military base immediately, because that's going to be one hell of an interesting affair if they do. Because then the question becomes, does SALTxi8 shut them down, or does SALTxi8 get upset?
Oh, and let's find it out, ladies and gentlemen. It's game on as the big bird is in the sky. We're heading all the way from Siverny to Novorossiysk. Now, I've got to give a huge shout out to the production right from the very start. It really felt like we're in a gladiator arena with all the people cheering for their team. It's time for war. It's time for glory, as we do have all the teams taking a plunge. And from what we can really see so far, we do have Team TmW heading all the way out towards Zaki. Of course, there's no change in Team Clarity. They're going to be keeping that good old Giorgio Paul City to themselves. We do have, however, Team Star dropping off at Siverny, and there you can see, right, STI8, they haven't, SALTxi8, they still haven't made their way towards the military base. Here they take that plunge. So we do have another team dropping off at Novorossiysk as well. So that's going to be interesting as to what do they have to offer. We've heard a lot about them. I think they're going to be Magnus Esports, and there you go. You're talking about twisted circles right from the very start. Here it is, almost 40% of it submerged in the ocean.
Yeah, and it's almost like it's made for SALTxi8 because they get such a nice position in that. They get to gatekeep potentially the team going to TmwEsports. They also get to hold that bridge for themselves and contest any team trying to get into the island later on if it becomes an issue. But for now, our eyes on Quantum Rage. It seems like they are uncontested in their drop, and it's mostly the case in for the teams that are in the circle right now, Fixes. It's the teams that are outside the circle, especially towards the eastern edge of the map, where we see a few drop contestations.
And right now, considering how things are, they've all taken their plunge. Magnus Esports, we've heard a lot about Adil, Mom2, and Respect, right? Few of the players, we've seen them in different organizations. I think, if I'm not wrong, my memory serves me correct. It has been Freestyle. I think they've made a change from around there. We talk about Freestyle. They had made quite some noise last time, in a last event that I was casting them, but they could not make it till the very end. I think they picked up pace in those late stages of the game. So this time, their objective would of course be to try and build something up really quickly. But taking a look at how things have panned out, not a lot of teams are inside the circle over here. So that is something that a lot of teams, we're going to be expecting them to make those early rotations inside the circle. We do have Team TUF really close by. We do have SALTxi8, who's still inside the zone, but I'm pretty sure they would want a chunk of that lighthouse tower in front of them. But talking about this particular team, H2E, right? Hakar is one of those players that we have to talk about. He's been making quite a lot of noise. So let's see how does this team perform this time, as they've taken a really ballsy drop onto its Pachinki.
And it's quite interesting, Fixes, because Team H2E is actually one of the lower ranked teams coming in from the qualifiers. They were ranked 16, and I personally love the fact that they just went straight off for Pachinki. It's one of the most, I would say, volatile drop locations, yet rewarding drop locations that we can see on Erangel. So clearly this team being like, forget our qualifiers performance. It doesn't matter. What we wanted from the qualifiers is to get to this PMPL league stage, and we've done that. Now we're going to make our mark right here, right now. But talking about making the mark, looking at the circle itself, I personally am a big fan of the way all of these teams are spread out, because it's going to mean that we're going to see a lot of last minute scrambling as the circle closes into the northern and eastern edges specifically. That means a lot of fights, and I'm always a big fan of fights, Fixes.
Oh, we're gonna witness that really quickly, after just a little while. The teams are just getting locked and loaded up. We do have Quantum Rage, however, looting around Yasnaya. Now, this is one of the teams that, we've been advised to look out for. JD and Alpha, two of those players really stepping out. But for MSKY, this is one of the teams that I think has dropped over towards TmwEsports, and it was Magnus who indeed had dropped off at Gatka. So it would take a little bit of a time to get used to all the acronyms that we do have, abbreviations that we do have of these teams. But I think we're going to get into pace really quickly. But talking about Team QWERTY, CA, we do have them not really stepping out of their comfort zone, right? It's the Lipovka 3-1, very popular split from Khan side that we are witnessing over here. And taking a look at them, Freestyle, they've already started making a move inside the zone. So a lot of teams are willing to play around the central areas, and I think that's such a safe start from their side. They're not trying something too feisty. They want to keep things slow and steady. Let's see, when do we get that first fight happening?
Oh, you might just get it real soon, Fixes, because I see that early rotation from Freestyle potentially coinciding with the drop location of Quraysh Esports, who we have on our screen right now. I wonder if they do end up noticing that rotation, or if Freestyle, well, in true essence of their name, just casually Freestyle on out of there and head in straight for the center of the circle. Because looking at that itself, I noticed Quarry is completely empty. It can be quite an interesting location for a team to capture early, especially get that height advantage nice and quick, so then they can look to potentially third party some of the fights that might erupt in fight for those better locations, better sightlines. And I think that's why we see even a lot of teams in the circle scrambling themselves quickly, getting those vehicles online, looking for those better sightlines in the circle itself.
Yeah, so it has been a little bit slower start, and rightfully understood why, because considering how the circle has panned out, a lot of teams we're witnessing a lot of traffic from the northern side. So I think it's high time we're gonna witness a fight happening or breaking out really soon. I think maybe between Star and Clarity. I'm pretty sure both these teams are gonna be aware of each other's presence. We do have a third team as well. As we speak of it, finally, gunshots have been heard, and it is going to be Team TmW going up against shots have been taken, and ReaperX realizing how open he was, and it was a really wise and good decision for him to just back off from over there. But Hippie seems to find himself in a little bit of a pickle, because Zibian has spotted him from a really far distance, and 420 boy has created a really good flank angle on him.
He barely surviving though, still has managed to hold on to his spot. And talking about Team TmwEsports, again, a team that was relatively lower ranked, I believe, actually the last ranked team to qualify from the qualifiers. So that in that initial fight, if they're able to get the better of a team like Clarity Esports, well, there ain't no better way to boost your confidence and make it happen. But knowing Clarity, I doubt they're gonna they really commit into a fight that they don't have a 100% guaranteed chance to win, and that's what we see again on our screen. They focus on the rotations, they're focused on getting a better spot for themselves, not necessarily looking to commit to a bit of an iffy fight. But did I just notice Thug fall out of the car?
Yeah. Welcome to PMPL Pakistan. See, these are the things that tend to happen everywhere, right? Happens to the best of people. I think he was in a little bit of an inebriated condition when he decided to do that. But regardless, just jokes apart, I think one of those things that really needs to be pointed out is a lot of teams have really made early rotations. That means they've not had a lot of time to loot, right? So we're not going to be expecting everything that they've desired in their backpacks. But we do have Tyrant from Freestyle looking up at JD from Quantum Rage as they make their way towards Gatka. There you see the circles really forming up, and we do have quite some teams building around the central areas. Quite a few knocks happening here and there, and here we do have Freestyle also making their move.
Yeah, and this shift of the circle as well, more towards the western side, it's not going to be helpful for most of the teams who came from outside. But we've got that first blood fixes. It is FMX Red picking it up, getting us started in this PMPL Pakistan. Day 1, match 1 for themselves on the board now. And that's 1 point as well picked up.
Look at the crate just lying over there, and oh my goodness, what is JD up to? He's right out in the open, completely susceptible to a lot of damage being inflicted. Rightfully understands what just happened. He knows that he's being watched, and Shaw making sure he just prones down. So FMxR3D, they've gotten the first blood inside the game. Quantum Rage realizing they are being watched over, they're gonna move or head into a different direction. But now this is where Shaw really needs to watch out for, because if he does not, then he might be prone to attack from elsewhere. But Pika making sure he does manage to secure that first blood over there, and that little replay that we had. But Magnus Esports making things look really steady. They've managed to hold on to a very good central position. They're going to be relying on that, and that is exactly how I want the Pakistani teams to approach the game right now, because the first game you would want to secure a few position points, and this little airdrop is far from reachable. So I don't think anyone's gonna get their hands on this big boy. So I think we're gonna just leave it astray.
Yeah, unless someone wants to go for swim real quick, maybe. But yeah, like I said, it's not really the smartest of decisions to opt for that swim in itself. So yeah, it's just gonna be first airdrop. It's like a ritual sacrifice to the gods, the PUBG Mobile gods. It's like, hey, first airdrop for you. We'll worry about the rest and hopefully get some weapons from the fights, because the circle itself, the locations are starting to look quite congested. Quarry, Ferry, and Primorsk, especially these areas, are where teams are starting to really build up. And I'm curious if our next circle shift again goes for that western side, because then it'll mean that we've got a tight location for all of these teams stuck over here. But talking about stuck right now, TUF, they've stuck into a battle with 52x Rage. They've slammed in, going for the push. And Edgar and Joker are separated from their teammates. So currently, it's a disadvantageous fight for TUF, but they turn it around.
Oh yeah, they definitely do, with Joker opening things up already with his ump, and we do know how broken this weapon is, and he will make no delay in securing that kill. 52 Rage did ask for more than what they could bargain here for, already losing out on one of their players. Let's see if they're gonna face a lot of more casualties.
Oh, just util on util thrown into their face though. They're stuck in a small corner and they're being burned from the outside. One Molotov to shut them down. The nades are going to make them pay. And just like that, TUF, they find that huge battle win for themselves. I think just one more player left to finish off and they've got the entire squad. But that one player, he's making it a fight. Not for long though. Instantly taken down.
Yeah. You know, just making a last stand, right? He knew his death was looming right in front of him. And quite clearly, you know, what really happened in this fight, 52 Rage wanted a piece of that compound. They rushed over it. They realized a little later that there is a squad waiting for us. And, you know, quite commendable for TUF, especially getting that first knock over there, taking those 1v1s. It all comes down to the confidence that you do have within you, and making sure that you delay for your teammates in time enough so that they can also chime in. It was a perfect, well executed fight over there from TUF side, and a rightfully deserved squad wipe for them.
Oh yeah, 100%. Especially when you consider the fact that when the Slammin came in first, they were separated from their team. They were in a 2-2 split. So it was the initial two members holding it from the high ground. They did so brilliantly. They're rewarded with that first squad elimination, as we've now got only 15 squads left. And I'm also starting to notice on the map that our circle has taken quite an interesting shift. So I hope we get to see that on the screen soon. But for now, our eyes on Quraysh. Looking for QWERTY right here, but they've managed to get themselves out. Again, focus on those rotations for these teams, but oh, on the kill feed, it's SALTxi8 getting themselves on board.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's really looking interesting as Crypto is making his move over there onto it. Sirius, who's not at the best of HP. Now two big guns colliding against each other. We do have Quantum Rage spotting out Sirius by Crypto. He's gonna step out of his cover. He's gonna dish some massive amount of damage. Not yet, not enough to finish him off though. In a 1v1, however, loses down to Crypto. Sirius surviving on 1 HP. How on earth did he pull off?
What? Oh, especially against Crypto, right? Because as we saw before our program started, Ocean and Johnny were talking about it. Crypto is one of the players for us to watch out. But for Sirius, well, he's certainly serious about making his team get off to an astounding start in this league stage. Pulls off a brilliant 1v1, but Quantum Rage, they still got to make it count, because you can see STI8, they're still in the surroundings. Quantum Rage, they have an idea of where they are. They're going to try to keep them locked into that tiny building, tiny location. But STI8 just using the smokes to buy them some cover, get the healing on, and then look to fight back. And fight back they will. Because you can see for Quantum Rage, while they might have the advantage in terms of manpower, not so much in terms of cover in this open area.
I think Sirius is going to play a huge role in this particular fight, and JT is also going to hold down that push coming right onto him. And just when we said that, Sirius gets into action again and making sure he gets the better out of SALTxi8, and one of the invited teams has been eliminated at the 15 spots here. Now that is something really hard to digest, because, you know, had they held on to their ground just a little longer, because what would have happened is they would still have been inside the circle. Now taking a look at how the zone is panned out, 50% of it is already submerged inside the water. And now we've got to see this particular fight just emerging in front of us. QE going up against TmW. They know that the players are right in front of them. Let's see what they're up to.
Yeah, this small area with 3 teams locked in. I would say Quraysh, they've got slightly better positions because of those tiny watchtowers they've got for themselves. But oh, another occasion of someone just whoopsing themselves out of the car. We'll come back to that in a second, because Quantum Rage, even though they eliminated STI8, they find themselves in a bit of trouble right here as MGS, Magnus Esports crash into them. They've got Alpha, but again, the player who was dominating, Sirius, he's very much alive and he'll look to avenge his fallen teammate.
Oh my goodness, I'm already witnessing Sirius to become the MVP of this game if he manages to stick on for quite some time. Because now this has been my problem, right? This has been my issue because Quantum Rage, considering a team that they are, they managed to wipe out SALTxi8. That's brilliant, but now they're getting surrounded from every possible direction. Now they really want to hold on to the ground, but we do have a fight already breaking out over here as well. Quraysh Esports making sure that they get the better out of Team TmW and also wipe them out from the lobby.
Yeah, and another team getting wiped out in XGeneration as well. It's just back to back teams getting wiped, and it makes quite sense given the nature of our circle. We've got TUF in a fight as well, Quantum Rage stuck in that tiny corner, and the numbers you can see on the top left of your screen just counting down one by one, but Clarity, they're looking to get themselves a bit of this high ground, take out Team TUF in the same time, but Joker, oh my god, with the nifty movement, barely surviving with any HP, wins that battle but gets eliminated from the back.
You know, it's absolute massacres here. Teams are falling left, right, and center as we do approach to another fight right happening right in front of us. We do have Money who gets the better out of MetershotxSKY's healthy over there. And Mary, he was just looking at his makers, you know, as they finished him off and possibly shot down from every possible direction. And MetershotxSKY, they find themselves out of the game.
Yeah, in just a matter of minutes, Fixes were down several teams and potentially even more as JD. Right now, he's looking for RDOP. Will, actually not get the finish. Shapatar managing to steal that one from under Quantum Rage's noses.
Oh, I mean, now we're getting to the interesting part, right? This is where most of the fights are going to be breaking out. Look at Sirius, the cojones that this lad has, you know, finding Khan in a really open situation, getting the better out of him. Now, this is business time for Team QWERTY as Gravity has taken that higher ground. Does have that aerial view with Sirius again trying to load onto that spray as Gravity will deliver, provides that very quintessential cover fire from behind, making sure that he put Sirius out of the play.
Yeah, just an easy one picked up right there. And Bilal now with the domination. He's got 3 elims on the board. Sirius will be sent to the Netherlands as QWERTY pick up frag after, kill after kill for themselves, get their eliminations on the board. Right now though, I think you can see with just about 9 teams actually left, it is mostly Quraysh leading the charts in terms of those points. They've got most of those elims, but lacking in terms of the manpower to secure potentially a better finish in terms of placements. The same could be said for Quantum Rage. They got off to an astounding start taking out STI8, but now JD, the lone man surviving, trying to take out Destroyer and at least increase that 1 point for himself because he's not in a location where he's going to be able to comfortably get into the circle.
Yeah, you know, that is something that is really worrying me about Team QWERTY and Team Quantum Rage both combined, right? Now, they've been making a lot of ruckus, and it has been heard from miles afar. But we do have Team Clarity's Drollin, another new addition, another really promising player that I'm really looking out for this time. But, you know, it's the summers have come in, a really good time to take a dip. We do have FMxR3D, 2 of their players already getting in, but Shapatar, he is already on a dominating spree with 3 kills accrued to himself. And oh my goodness, what has JD done? I did see on the kill feed he's managed to take down Gravity and he's dished out quite some hefty amount of damage. But we do have Team MGS, they also chimed in, took the better out of Team QWERTY as the last player remaining, Khan. What can he do over here?
Yeah, JD single-handedly almost wiping out that entire squad. We'll have to see if he can turn that almost into an actual wipe just yet. Not too far from the circle right now. If he can find that, maybe he'll find the win. But it is Clarity contesting for this shorefront right here, taking down FMxR3D's players who were trying to find the rotation from the water. You see Magnus on the other side spots out Khan. That's going to be a bit of relief for JD. Maybe he can get into the circles, but not for too long, because Magnus instantly turned their eyes on him. They're not going to let him get out of that tiny building he's stuck in.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're not going to do that. But Team Grounders, I think they are off to a really good start with, 5 finishes already to their name. And I think they've spotted out JD. Have they got their hands on him? Yes, they do, as they get yet another kill confirmed for them. But look at this circle. I mean, this is typical PMPL
Yeah.
Pakistan, right? Not can't really expect a better start than this. But Team H2E, they've been holding on to the grounds, and I really find Team Clarity's chances of getting a chicken dinner looking really promising in this one. At the same time, can't really root out Magnus from this particular game. So in these final circle situation, it all comes down to how much numbers you have on your team. And I think the Grounders have done a really decent job at that. And same can be said for Team Clarity. But now they've got to make some pace. They've got to make some movement inside the circle. And the biggest threat, in fact, the instant threat that they have is in the form of H2E, who seem to be a little bit distracted because they have another push on them. Same goes for Team Clarity, as they do spot out the players of Freestyle. They will take a spray at them, but they haven't really gotten the better out of them. Still some damage being done, but no kills confirmed.
I feel bad for Anubis. He was trying to sneak out from the water, just try to survive, get into the circle. But in the fight between Clarity and Freestyle, he ends up being collateral damage as Clarity picking up that elimination. They've got their eyes on Freestyle as they look to secure the western front of this shoreline. On the eastern front, of course, we've got Magnus currently engaged in a battle with Team Grounders, and it's going to become all down to making sure you've got your hands on that shoreline. But on that western front, again, Clarity and Freestyle in this locked battle, and you've got Pan with his eyes on it, trying to find the right moment to emerge from the shadows and just sneak in from the back. He does exactly that, shuts down Beyond, and maybe even Boy right here.
Oh, just whiffing those shots, really not helping him, out on every world. He had all the time and space to get that 2K over there, but not really being able to deliver. But H2E find themselves in a little bit of a pickle, but still they're going to be rooting on top of it all with Asad just dropping that grenade onto the players of the Grounders over there, as they are all just kind of in a clumsy situation, right? One of each other. They're just getting knocked out as Freestyle finally stepping out from the water lines over there as Clarity. They're going to be making a move as Asad is still going to be bombarding the entirety of the Grounders as he just not finds one but also gets the skill secured onto another player over there. And now we just have the final 5 teams alive, 10 players remaining. Let's see who gets that first winner chicken dinner.
Currently, it is looking like Clarity, like you predicted as well, Fixes have a run for that money, but with just Zibyan, I believe, surviving so far, it's going to come down to some next level performances, and H2E, they don't look like they want to let that happen. And in that regard, I do want to give that shout out to H2E. Again, one of the teams that was on the lower end of the qualifiers. They've got themselves off to an brilliant start in this match, one already in the top 5. Now if they can push for a couple more eliminations, get themselves maybe even to that top 3, get that strong foundational start in terms of the points, I think it'll help them in the longer run.
Oh, it certainly will, but now as things stand, now this comes down to the fact that whoever gets the better of the circle has their chance on winning this game. But look at how the circle has formed, right? Ooh. Barely any land over there, and it's quite out in the open. So all these teams have to rely on the numbers. All these teams have to rely on the cover fires coming in from their teammates. But somewhere down at certain point, we are gonna be witnessing these smokes finally just depleting out of the Grounders that have been still alive, courtesy to all the smoke grenades that they've used, and now they're building up a path to get inside the circle. I think that's going to be a really tough task for them to do that safely, because a lot of teams have already kept a watch on them.
Yeah, on the other hand, you've got Magnus already found themselves inside the circle. They're the team with the most number of players still alive, 2 Fixes, so they're looking in a great spot to try and finish off, find that winner chicken dinner in this first match already, especially with Mom2 shutting down Shapatar and Zibyan here finding Akir. It looks like while H2E might be eliminated, this does put Magnus into a brilliant spot to try and find the winner chicken dinner right here.
Oh yes, and you know Zibian just being the ace out here, coming out from nowhere, managing to get that squad wipe. The grounders, as we speak of, have also been eliminated. So this all comes down to this. Magnus, they do have the numbers that is needed in ensuring that they get the chicken dinner, but the wild card has to be Zibian again. Now, if he can manage somehow to take down Tyrant in the process, that could be a different story altogether. As Dale will be the one who puts him 6 feet down under. Now in a 1v3 situation, it all comes down to Tyrant. Can he clutch this one out, CA?
It's looking extremely difficult right now, but well, if his name is anything to go by, he certainly should stand a chance, but they're not even gonna give him that, just slamming on straight into him. Cairo being the distraction while Mom2 looks to push in on forward. He's the one who's got multiple frags for his team already, and he's gonna finish it off right here with that winner chicken dinner for Magnus Esports.
What a beautiful way to start our journey inside the PMPL, and we do have Magnus making their mark. 10 eliminations is what we witnessed. 25 points collected from this one game only. One step closer to the super weekend number 1 that we do have. 22,000 damage being inflicted. So on all terms, they have been the better team. They have indeed been the best team out here. So I think considering how this game really panned out, Magnus Esports making sure that they rotated pretty early on, and it all worked out for them solid. But you know, this came down to how ridiculous the circle was, how open the circle was, and teams picking up the wrong fights and being a little bit impatient, costing them their lives. Now for SALTxi8, Crypto losing out onto that 1v duel against Sirius, who was on a lower ground. Now this certainly raises a few eyebrows, but commends and kudos to Sirius for carrying out such an amazing play. Clearly, of course, he got eliminated quite early on, so I'm not going to expect him to be the MVP, but considering the situation that he was in, I'm not going to be surprised if he's going to be called as the people's MVP in this particular game.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Oh yeah, but that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading off to a little break. We'll be right back with the analysis segment live for you guys.
Go! It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Alright, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, back with the post-game segment, of course, over here. So quite a lot of action did accrue from the mid-game, I must say. The early game was a little bit silent because a lot of teams were rotating. We did find FMxR3D getting the first blood inside the game, but they could not really do much apart from that from later on, because they had to take a dip inside the water, and that is where the other teams really stepped it up. I was really, happy with how the grounders played, but towards the end they got all construed inside that one little shack and they could never make their way out. But Mom2 from Magnus Esports making sure that the MVP title gets to him only, as he's managed to get that 5 eliminations off the board, 966 points of damage, 3 knocks, 1 assist. I must say a really good game for this lad.
Oh yeah, most definitely right here, Fixes, because as you can see, quite consistent, I'd say, in every single metric that we have, was also the player that pushed forward with the help of Cairo for the end right there for the winner chicken dinner. So Mom2 off to a brilliant start, but I think most definitely a player that I think we're going to have our eyes on continuing on forward to see if he can keep delivering, because that's what he's going to need to do to help his team get to that first super weekend, to help his team secure that spot right then and there. But hey, Magnus Esports, I think they will be quite happy with this start right here. But no surprise for us, I think, that we're seeing a player from Quantum Rage in those top 5 players, JD, picking up the mark where Sirius left off.
Oh yeah, and I really love that, and I'm kind of missing out on Sirius, but clearly, considering the new MVP format that we have, did not have enough of survival time. But yeah, JD doing such a massive infliction of damage, not just onto its Salt I8, but also wiping out few of the players of Team QWERTY, making sure that their chances of getting the chicken dinner is completely diminished. But taking a look at Zibian, again, one of those players that hung on till the very end, managed to get better out of most of the teams, managing to secure a good spot for his squad. And this was much needed for Clarity, considering the recent run of form that they've been having, being one of the oldest teams in Pakistan to being one of those teams that is slowly getting forgotten. This was such a good way to make their step inside the PMPL.
Yeah, exactly. And I think what is going to be especially interesting is watching how Clarity keep continuing this form, because I think they were also in a great position to contest Magnus Esports for that winner chicken dinner. It was actually Tyrant along with Freestyle that just engaged in a drive-by that pushed them off from that potential position. But still, Zibian holding on strong to even get 6 elims for himself. He has the highest eliminations in the game.
Oh yeah, I mean Zibian definitely can't take anything away from this lad. The way he played, the way he held on to himself in that really clutch situation, huge commends to him, right? Clarity holding that little bit of a dip that we had over there. This shows how well prepared they are in terms of understanding the map topography. But this game was clearly all in for Magnus Esports. The way they really stepped up, every single player, right? In terms of damage, we do have Momtu over here. Cairo also delivering in terms of the assist. Wolverine, however, I mean, we witnessed a few out of QWERTY, few good finishes. They wanted to capitalize on the situation, but could not do much. As we take a look at the match rankings over here, of course, Team Magnus Esports a really phenomenal starts, earning them 25 points right off the very get-go. Now, this is something that has to be brought up because top 16 teams are going to be qualifying only.
Yeah.
I think if you're getting a chicken dinner, so you can presume that you qualified, considering you still have 7 more games to play. So if you like 10-15 points, I think you're going to be in the top 16 mark. Because ladies and gentlemen, again, for the new viewers who are new to the PMPL format, only the points from the super weekend are going to be counted. So Freestyle getting the 3rd position. Team Grounders also performing really well. Quantum Rage, in terms of position points, they could not do much, just could manage to secure 2. But those 6 elimination, still keeping them in run. But the biggest surprise so far over here has to be CA coming in from Team QWERTY and Team Salt I8, who got eliminated quite early
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, QWERTY and Salt I8 just not finding the start they were hoping for. I think for Salt I8, it's while obviously it's not just one factor that resulted in that. The factor that everyone's gonna have their eye on is that 1v1 that Crypto ended up losing. So clearly something that the team is going to look forward to potentially correcting in the ensuing matches. But in that regard, again, Team TmW in that 16th spot, now getting a single point on the board. Not an unfamiliar position for them, because this was a team that finished in the 17th position, the last position in the qualifiers, barely making it right here. So I think they've got to find themselves with much more renewed vigor in the next few matches to get off to a better start, because I think we can vouch for the fact that teams like Salt I8 or teams like QWERTY, they have the mentality already to just reset themselves and come back stronger.
Yeah, I mean, right from the very start, I think Salt I8 were a little bit complacent,
Yeah.
especially with Crypto advancing all by his lonesome. I think he was feeling really confident that he's going to win that 1v1 battle. And I think I also felt that because he had that higher ground, he had all the advantage that he needed. And, just those little bit of wrong decision making. And of course, Sirius completely outplaying him over there. That sort of marked the end for him. But Magnus and Clarity Esports taking a look at their head-to-head statistics, quite similar in terms of how they've performed, right? Both these teams are doing a better job, but Magnus just being a notch better in terms of making sure that they had three of their players alive till the very end. And Clarity did not have a lot of them, right? Just Zibyan making sure holding the grounds, but Clarity could have certainly done better in terms of watching their backs, right? But as we take a look at zone analysis over here, clearly, we did face a really out of the world circle coming in for us, where a lot of teams decided to kind of take those shorelines, and they did manage to take it though, but they were not really able to hold it properly.
Oh, and right here, this is such a crucial moment because we're going to notice after this fight where H2E get eliminated, we have Freestyle just going in for the drive-by into Clarity. And till then, Clarity was in a great position like Magnus. They had, I believe, 2 or 3 members alive. But when Freestyle went for that aggressive move, in that fight, both teams lost several of their members. Only Zibyan and Tyrant were left over. And that just sort of handed Magnus a free winner chicken dinner without any contestation. So these small factors, they of course help certain teams out, but I believe at the end it's all gonna get balanced. So it's all about maximizing your highs and minimizing your lows.
Yeah, I mean, it was so chaotic, right? Especially in those mid-games fights we're having, like left, right, and center, like around everywhere. Especially when we had that little bit of a shift down south from the fourth circle. That is where teams realize that we need to hold on to a better position. We need to have some cover. We need to play around the ridges, the dips a little bit. And a few of them, of course, resorted to plan C, right? But right now, let's take a look at the Oppo moments inside this matchup, and find for ourselves all those beautiful action that we had so far. It all started with this
and it all started off right here with Sirius and Crypto in 1v1 fight, and really that 1v1 fight did end up defining the match for SALTxi8 overall, and it did end up meaning that they got eliminated quite early. Talking about early eliminations, again, Team TmW was on a similar note right there. And for a second, it looked like Clarity might join them with Teen Wolf getting out that early, but the rest of the team managed to survive for much longer. When the absence of their IGL, in the absence of the leader, really, the fact that they were able to do it shows a lot of promise in that team. JD, in this moment where he was stuck all alone, took out QWERTY by himself. Really lends a lot of weight to the name Quantum Rage indeed. JD showing a lot of respect to exactly that, was able to hold on for dear life and make a lot of moves happen right here till he got taken down by Sensei, and just like that gave Magnus Esports the move they needed to get into that eastern edge of the circle. And then this is what I was talking about earlier, where Freestyle with that move towards the shoreline, the really kamikaze move where they ended up hurting Clarity as well as themselves and granting Magnus that free victory. I think we're facing a bit of a technical issue, but that's okay. We'll catch up with our co-casters soon enough. I think right now what is key is going to be that simple fact that from every single team today, we've got to witness a brilliant show in that first match, and we're gonna hope to see that a few of the teams that were able to make it towards that top, especially teams like Magnus, Clarity, are able to continue in that regard.
Absolutely, Say, and with that, a very warm hello to you, mate. I am going to be taking Fixer's spot for the second game of the day, where we move into the map of Miramar. And again, now this is a really good start, is what I would say. When it comes down to the Pakistan region, this is exactly what we anticipated, and the aggressive stance that these teams are taking right off the bat in the first game itself is being showcased and being delivered in style and in prowess as well, right? I mean, you were talking about it when it comes down to Team H2E, a team that moved on with the 17th position, the final place that they could have been on to be a part of this PMPL season. Well, here they are, and right off the bat in the first game itself, just getting a single kill, all right, but placement points, you had mentioned it as well, right? You get those placement points working for yourself, and it is definitely going to be favoring you, and that indeed most certainly favored H2E start for the day, at least, right, for this day. But now as we move on through to the second game, as you guys mentioned as well, we're going to be dropping down Group D and moving Group E into the top 16 that are going to be playing. Now in that Group E, we do have the likes of 3X, the Marketer X Factor team is what I would call them, right? That's what we've seen from their side. But what other team would you want to pick when it comes down to Group E?
Oh, I think it really does come down to that particular group. I believe you've got Regicide as well coming in.
Yes, we do.
From
Oh,
that
yes, we
group.
do.
So a team to really look out for. A team that I think can really raise some eyebrows going in, especially to the match of Miramar. And I'm excited to see what these 4 teams do bring to the table. If they're able to shake the top-heavy teams that we've seen so far, especially Clarity. And I'm also excited to see if teams like SALTxi8, who didn't really have the greatest of starts, or QWERTY for that matter, can really make their mark here.
Indeed, dude. So, I mean, you put the nail directly on the spot right there. I mean, you talk about SALTxi8, right? A team that was looking phenomenal, sensational in the way that they were able to progress along from one game to the next, getting invited right here. Maybe they're just testing the waters, right? I mean, that's the best way to put it. Just testing the waters as to see what the teams are going to be doing, what their opponents are going to be messing around with in terms of the rotations and everything. So I had my cheat sheet set up, right? Based on the rotations that I had seen from these teams, from the likes of Magnus and whatnot, in the previous time that I had casted them. This time around, it's a completely different story altogether, and that is the X factor that makes these teams stand out and get themselves every single season to participate in PMPL. With that, as we were just mentioning, Group D will not be playing match number 2, and we shall be moving in with Group E, where we've got Regicide, 3x Esports, North Esports, as well as 4vxTFD. Now, North Esports is another candidate to speak about, because North Esports has had a lot of ups and downs, sort of a gameplay playstyle is what I would call them. But this time around, well, they've gotten the opportunity. They finished 12th in terms of the qualifiers, but now they need to deliver a better blow to the lobby is what I would say, because if I remember correctly from the side of NES's play in the previous in the qualifiers itself, it was a tipsy-curvy sort of a stance that they found themselves in.
Yeah, I think really not able to find the consistency in their highs and lows was really a bit of a roller coaster ride. But talking about that roller coaster ride, what I just noticed is actually the group that we're losing right here in this matchup blotter, Group D, consists of our winner chicken dinner team from match 1. So Magnus Esports not going to be participating. They'll be a little unhappy that they can't really continue their momentum, but at the same time will be glad that they get to just maybe go back to Erangel to try and do that in match 3. But what that also means for match 2 is that we're going to get another brand new team picking up that winner chicken dinner. And personally for me, I love that, because it ensures that we have that little bit of diversity and therefore inherently some friendly competition to try and see which teams are able to step up to the mark.
Absolutely. And again, when it comes down to this game, there's going to be the as we did mention, Group E is not going to be playing, but along with that, Group C will be jumping from the next game. They will not be playing the next game. So when it comes down to the side of, for example, Team Star or TUF for that example, I mean, FMxR3D, they were looking really sensational in the first game, but for the side of Team Star and TUF, this is the moment where, again, right, we've spoken about this. Yes, it's a month-long journey that these teams are participating in. 3 wonderful super weekend participations, then move on into the final week itself. But you do know that, you know, you got to start counting down from day 1 itself, from match 1 itself. You got to start counting down to bring in that sort of a consistency, as you mentioned. And if that is not being showcased in every single game, either it be in terms of the elimination points that you are able to get, defeat points, or either it be in terms of the placement points, if that does not go yin and yang every single game, then you do end up kind of slacking out. And that slacking in the first week is maybe okay, but that super weekend opportunity lost from you is definitely going to be giving you a big blow. So to our viewers, just to get this right, this game that are going to be played, these games that are going to be played during the weekdays, during the league play days, these teams are only playing to qualify for the super weekend. Once they qualify, then they participate in the top 16, and the top 16 qualify into the super weekend, and that is where the points count. So right now, all these teams need to do is just be consistent.
Yeah, exactly, and hopefully they'll be able to find that right here, right now. Quite a standard flight path right here from west to the east in this massive map of Miramar right now, and I'm curious to see if there are any early drop contested locations. It's quite unlikely, I'd say, in Miramar. Maybe in San Martin we see a couple of teams drop together, maybe in Los Leones, but considering the fact that even in our first match of Erangel, we didn't really see many teams going for those early fights, I'd be personally quite surprised if we see it in Miramar.
Well, that is true, wait. And that is so very true because, again, I mean, these teams, they had done their homework. We did see that in the first game as well. All the teams had found their own individual spots and they found it very comfortably. There were no early contestations, as so perfectly mentioned by you. But now this is a different map. This is a different map that requires a different sort of a play style altogether because it's a humongous map compared to Erangel, right? The number of tiles that you're dealing with altogether, and when it comes to the IGLing of it and making that rotation from whatever decision that you've decided to drop on, whatever location you've decided to drop on, makes it that much more of a tedious task. And it seems like to keep things comfortable, we've got the sides of MetershotxSKY Esports, we've got the side of R3G, and these three teams moving on down towards Lyoness. So Los Lyoness may be the first early contestations that maybe, just maybe, could be anticipated. But once again, this is Miramar, so we do know it takes some time for these teams to, just get their groove on, get that coop set up for themselves, and then Mirado set up for themselves. And once they've got that rolling, and that once they've got that comfortable loot set up, that is when finally we can maybe, all right, I jinxed it, maybe not. It is SALTxi8 right off the bat, taking on that aggression all the way down to the face of NES, as they've not even dropped down onto the map. Dude, this is aggressive stance coming in from Crypto right here with Scardo.
Unfortunately.
Come on, get it. Get at least one shot.
Yeah, exactly. Not able to land a single shot right there, Crypto. But it's nice to see that he's picking up where he left off in the last map of Erangel. Unfortunately, lost a 1v1 that honestly it was looking like it favored him in every single way. So just, I'd say, got outskilled in that moment by Sirius, that player on the screen right there. But we'll have to see if Crypto can bounce back because, of course, he is one of the top players for us to look out for in PMPL Pakistan as a whole. But talking about players to look out for in teams to watch out for, Quantum Rage, they made quite a shout for themselves. Sirius and JD specifically picking up a couple of key eliminations along the way. And now they'll look to build upon that and get some guaranteed placement points along with that elimination that they inherently bring with their firepower. But once again, Blotter taking a look at the circle, that north side completely empty. So my eyes right now are going to be on Team TFD, who are near that El Pozo side. Maybe if they can get the early rotations in, pick up water treatment for themselves, and the mountains are surrounded, I'd say that's a brilliant location to get real early.
It definitely could be, but right now, I mean, this is still too early to anticipate any rotation being dropped on from these teams because they've just trying to get their feet landed onto the ground as they're being shot on upon. And of course, if that is the situation, then you want to get your feet on the ground and get some guns in your hands, basically. And that's the kind of situation that a few of these teams did face, and that has definitely been kind of rectified as we did see Team Star, the Lions, that we can see on the south of Los Leones, running away from that position where they were just faced with the Quantum Rage's Rage as well as North Esports. But again, a slow, low-key, okay approach coming in from these teams. When it comes down to 52X Rage's approach, though, did you see on towards the eastern side, they had the 4-man squad completely separated. So if you look on to the 52X Rage on the map, they are playing a big, long stretched approach when it comes down to control of that eastern front.
Yeah, and it can be quite a gamble, honestly, because it does open up the opportunity for any team to try and pick them off, especially considering that they've got FMxR3D on their right, they've got Freestyle on their left, they've got Quraysh Esports on their south. 52, they've got to be careful with how they approach it, but then again, gambles also mean that there's a lot of reward available. If they're able to hold on to those spots, they're likely to pick up an extra vehicle or two, maybe get 2 or 3 in the bag and make their rotations that much more beneficial in the longer run. And we all know this, Miramar, it's all about those rotations. It's all about finding yourselves in better positions in that 3rd circle, in the 4th circle, and if you're able to do that, you find yourselves in better fights and inherently pick up more points. So we'll have to see if this gamble pays off for 52 or not.
Absolutely, and again, I mean, as they do clear themselves up into away from that position that they held, 52X Rage, one thing that can be clearly said for them in their favor is the fact that they were trying to get some information as they were separated. Now they've got a lot of information, and that is how they're going to be starting to make this rotation very close to, of course, Freestyle's placement. But as of now, they are not being caught off guard whatsoever at all. On the other front, in the center, is going to be TMW. Now, you did mention from the side of the grounders, all the TMW, whichever ones tries to make that northern water rotation towards the water treatment plant would be better suited as the zone shifts, because there's just still the early few moments. On the other front, as you move on down to the south of the map towards that prison island, we've got H2E having a very low-key approach to this game, as they are so far away from the zone, but they don't care. They've had a really good start to the day, and they finished 5th with, of course, the 6 placement points that were given to them, along with 1 elimination point, so 7 points to their favor. Alongside that, now they're going to be taking a YOLO approach, but they better start hurrying, because the zone will start constricting, and once it does, things are going to get very, very tricky on the other front. 52x Rage find themselves in a little bit of tension against the players of Freestyle as well as the Grounders. It seemed like it.
Oh, and Pain finding himself in a field of pain right here. He's going to get joined by his teammate in Zen, potentially, with Vasi firing off those shots, but actually no. Zen managed to escape with his dear life, and he's going to get picked up by his teammate as they abandon Pain. It seems like they're like, well, sorry, my friend, but you're in an impossible position to revive, so we're going to let you just become that first blood.
Oh damn, alright, yeah, that's definitely not something. I mean, we did talk about it, call it casters curse or whatever you want to call it, right? At the end, I mean, 52x Rage, the way they had positioned themselves, the way they were trying to make that rotation, it was just too outstretched, you know? It was just one of those approaches that you do not want to take in this sort of an open stretched field area. As soon as you start making those rotations in the buggies, then you are going to be giving away a lot of audio cues, and that is exactly what we did see happen, where, well, Freestyle, they were able to get a pretty decent first defeat point for themselves, thus giving us the first blood. But still, Stalwart, as they, my apologies, SALTxi8, as they make that rotation away from Los Leones down towards La Bendita, what is in their mind? Are they going to be trying to control the center of this zone as of now, or maybe we can anticipate from their side to still keep it clean, still stay away from the fights? And talking about that blue zone catching up to H2E, well, it finally has. The blue zone is catching up to them, but they are also going to be making a late rotation from that side. So the only team that we do see as of now making a really late rotation is going to be H2E. All the other teams find themselves pretty much in the vicinity or of the comfort of the zone.
Absolutely, and look at this right now, Joker in potentially a bit of trouble right here, because he's not going to be in a great spot to try and get out of the situation he's in, because there are teams gatekeeping right there, but TUF, of course, the rest of his team in a great spot to try and help him out. On the same end, though, I think with this circle, I am curious to see where it does end up shifting. I'm anticipating potentially more of that northwestern shift, really, that might come through, and that's really going to favor those teams that are currently around those crater fields area, around those El Pozo, as well as teams that move on from Hacienda del Patron towards the water treatment, because again, that's an area that hasn't been picked up by any team just yet.
Dude, you know what? Just to add on to that point, call me dark or whatever, but whenever you talk about a rotation of the zone like that, right, moving away, you were talking about moving towards the teams that find themselves towards the creative field in the Pozo area. I look at teams that are not and are further away from that, because that's where the masala comes in, and that's where you're like, all right, what sort of a rotation are these teams going to be making? Now look at H2E. I mean, they have been in that blue zone for a long time, and now they find themselves in the vicinity of Quantum itself. So this is a very tough spot that they find themselves in. First game working out in their favor, but now if they end up taking that fight in the blue zone itself, many times we've seen this, teams end up taking a late rotation on Miramar, end up getting caught off guard, and now the zone has moved away so much further away because the map is humongous. You're looking at 1800 meters that they have to travel, and after taking the fight, bringing on a lot of damage to yourself, the teams are not able to make it. It just becomes like a kamikaze situation for both the teams that ended up taking those fight in the blue zone. So I'm hoping and keeping my fingers crossed that Quantum will allow 52x Rage the path, or rather, my apologies, Quantum will allow H2E to make their path through that area.
Yeah, especially with the shift of the circle, as we saw it, more of the centralized shift. So now we were not what we were expecting, really, with the northern shift, the circle really accommodating all of those teams. But taking a look at a fight that happened just a little bit back, where, of course, Pain was abandoned. It's quite even more painful that he was in the car and then he just got taken down while his teammates were rotating, and then his teammates were like, well, yeah, it sucks, mate, but we're gonna have to continue on our journey and drop you off in the meantime. But again, talking about journey, this centralized circle does mean that for most teams that were already in here, which was, I believe, 90% of the teams currently left in the lobby, they're just gonna hold on to their positions. They're gonna look towards the next circle. So not really anticipating much battle, except for that airdrop, which is actually in a very accessible position, especially with the MG3 available. Now, the teams don't know that the MG3 is in the airdrop, but we do, and it makes it that much more interesting because I do believe the MG3 is one of the better weapons that you could get from that airdrop.
It definitely is. I mean, LMJ definitely is something that I would want to get my hands on top of. And along with that, as you did mention that, we do have another team that I want to mention that is going to be FS. The team has a two-man split set up for themselves as they find themselves pretty much in the center of the zone. So that could be an interesting team to look out for in terms of their two-man approach that they've got set up for themselves. On the other side, 3x being the aggressive stance that they always end up taking, this being their first game of the PMPL season. We are going to keep our fingers crossed that they end up having a good one, but as of now, I mean, they definitely do have a lot of information for the teams that are making the rotation, but for themselves, they do not have any defeats, so no points confirmed for now. 12 minutes in, and we've only got that first blood, but that's, again, that is what this storyline is always going to be when it comes down to the map of Miramar. With that, play zone taking on another player from the side of Quantum, I believe.
Yeah, that's two players, I believe, gone to the play zone. So Quantum Age already feeling the burn of this circle as they've lost a significant portion of their squad to that. Actually, just one player.
Zone.
Sorry?
Just the first zone, though. I mean, it's just
yeah,
the first
it's
zone.
a little weird.
That's just, it's so weird. It's so weird. But as we talk about that first zone, we do have the second zones bar coming up, and this is where the teams that find themselves at the edge are going to have to get moving on along, moving away from the hunkered position that they are calling home. And talking about home, it is going to be SALTxi8 who are now trying to take on the fight to the face of QWERTY itself. And it definitely seems like 52 Boyi as well as Zibyan have the information relayed to their teammates. But what is the zone going to be shifting to? Wow. Now that is a good one. That definitely does put a lot of teams in the predicament that find themselves onto the western front, as they are going to have to make that rotation through a lot of teams' crosshairs.
Yeah, and right now, 52 Rage are the team that is very happy with this zone shift. They're got themselves on high ground. They're in a brilliant spot to be the kings of their hill and just have that aggressive sightline where they can continuously poke and prod at all the other teams that come by near them. But talking about all the other teams, I do believe Regicide is the closest one to the first airdrop we talked about. So I'm curious if they actually end up going for it, because it's on the very edge of the circle. Right now, though, our eyes on Quraysh Esports as they are spotting out a team trying to get the rotations in. And I believe it was STI8 was trying to get some damage in, but not able to do so entirely. Rather, on the other hand, STI8 with very early rotations trying to get themselves towards this area at the center of the circle. They're going to have to fight with Freestyle to take control of this, and potentially even another team just on their right. So we've got a three-way battle here if these teams decide to go for each other. But as is usually the case with Miramar, Blotter, there's plenty of room for everyone till the last few circles.
That is so true. I mean, we just saw FS's two players, right? Tyrant along with his teammate finding themselves at the top of that mountain is another class that they've created for themselves, as they've got information not only for their aggressors, that's going to be in the name of I8, but also NES that was trying to get into the compound from the western fronts as well. So there we go. NES also trying to take on those shots, and we definitely do have, as we did see, Tyrant up, and he is going to be given the cover fire. Absolutely what I was predicting and was going to say. This is going to definitely turn out in the favor of I8 if they play their cards right, because two mans are down here and two are up there on top, so they have to be very, very synergistic as they try and take on these fights.
Yeah, a 2-2 split right now for STI8. Crypto did find himself in a little bit of hot water, but UZM was able to bail him out. And on the other side, we see Team TmW stepping up to the mark. They've downed a player from the side of Team Grounders. I wonder if they will be able to secure the finish right here. See, Sensi too actually in a bit of a rough spot, gonna get himself back to full HP. But finally, an airdrop taken, and it is by, I believe, Regicide. Yes, so they've got their hands on that MG3. I do believe they're going to be ones to look out for, especially because of their position, Blotter, because they are in a spot to contest that King of the Hill spot that 52 Rage have got for themselves.
Absolutely, they definitely do on the other front. And again, just to point out another fact, it's going to be insane from the side of Rezide, who seems to have picked up that loot. But on the other front, it is going to be 3x. Now, what sort of a play are they going to be able to create? Now, that small little ditch that they find themselves in is going to be giving them a little bit of cover, but they do have to move away from that. They do want to be able to get away because the zone has clearly moved out of that position, and this is where that third party situation comes into play, and this is the position that has really caught RX off guard, and R3D making a comeback not necessarily, but a definitely defined story for themselves in this map of Miramar. Slowly but surely. GX are going to be able to survive though. GX are going to be able to survive, give that revival, and have all 4 players still surviving. On the other front, we've got TUF trying to make a play against the players of Curation. Their compound seems to be in a little bit of a fray. Thor now, if he's able to create that flank angle properly, he could be the X factor that TUF's push requires. But, ouch, that's not going to be allowed. Romeo brings in an amazing spray for Abdullah, is going to be blocked down, and this is where Quraysh are going to have a little bit of a tough situation because they've lost 2 players, but they have been able to get 2 defeats against the push coming in from the side of TUF as well. Now all they need to do is eliminate that position, eliminate that chance for TUF to be able to capitalize upon, but it's easier said than done. I mean, Bilal, he's trying his level best, but Joker, sir, is definitely not in the play to allow that to happen. He is going to be able to bring that player down. Indeed, not only that, his teammate is going to be able to revive his teammates, and thus remaining for the side of Team TUF are all the 4 players standing, along with the 4 defeats that they've been able to confirm. So it definitely worked out in their favor, and that brings them on the top of that survival status for now.
Yeah, all 4 players alive and standing with 4 points picked up, but on the other hand we see that fire I was talking about with 52 Rage and Regicide contesting between each other, trying to secure again that junkyard mountain spot for themselves. See, Regicide in a bit of a disadvantageous position because 52 Rage still have the higher ground in this fight, are looking for that battle, but it all comes down to that single burst, single spray, which team is able to find it, and it seems like it is Regicide right now. Zen goes down in 52 Rage in a matter of seconds, despite their advantageous spot with respect to the circle, despite the luck favoring them. They fall down, Regicide taking full control, and I do wonder, Blotter, if that airdrop had a role to play in it, if that MG3 had a role to play in it.
You know, you might be true. You might be onto something right there with that thought, because that definitely should not have favored them, but it did. It definitely did. And again, that over-aggressive stance that you need to have when you're trying to push against an opponent that you find on top of a hill against you, right? You need to be over-aggressive. And yeah, if that was the case from the side of LMG, then GG play from the side of the team. On the other front, they find themselves on that top of the junkyard mountain, as you had perfectly mentioned. And with that, we move on to another side of the map altogether, where the edge is being taken over from the side of 4VTFD as they try and gatekeep the situation against the players of, I am mistaken. Nevertheless, we'll get back to that fight, because right now we've got I8 taking on a fight against the players of TUF, where TUF from one fight to the next, I mean, they are delivering a lot of blows in this lobby, but they definitely have received a damage to themselves as they've got one of their players eliminated. And with that elimination comes in the first team, not the first team, but another team to get eliminated is going to be the Grounders, who find themselves deep down in the ground on the map of Miramar. 13 teams remaining, 20 minutes, almost 20 minutes into the game. TUF still somehow surviving. Abdullah waiting for that revival. We'll have a 3-man strong army coming in from the side of TUF, but how exactly are the fights being taken from the side of the other teams? And it is still looking okay. I mean, the teams that are taking on fights like ridiculously well. They're taking 4 defeats, 5 defeats for themselves, and the teams that are trying to take on those fights are just not able to, you know, confirm those defeat points for themselves as of now, at least.
Yeah, but again, the circle is shifting towards that junkyard mountain. It looks like H2E and Regicide have got themselves in a great location, and Freestyle with the early moves. But right now, FMxR3D are in a bit of trouble. They're towards the most western side of the map, left to us, in some hot water to try and find the rotations happen, especially with Freestyle as well as STI8 trying to set up that gatekeeping. But STI8 themselves, they're going to have to try and get in ASAP. So really in the next few minutes right here, in the next couple of minutes, we're going to see teams try to make their mark. But that's what I was talking about. Freestyle with the gatekeep shut down FMxR3D. But it's actually Joker who picks up several of the eliminations. Freestyle's not going to be too happy about that.
That is true. That is definitely true. Just that one-man squad is definitely pushing in a lot of points in style, and in that doing so, we do have Clarity's players definitely bringing in a lot of blows for themselves and a lot of defeat points for themselves as well. On the other front is going to be MetershotxSKY players taking on the players of Star. And as you had perfectly mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, for the side of R3D, it was just not looking too good. They were put into the edge of the zone against that water treatment, and indeed in doing so, were caught off guard and well, being blown to Slimadreen is what it is. But with that, I would love to have the map being brought onto the screen as well whenever the producer has the time to do so, because H2E, remember the team that started off from the prison island, made a very late rotation. Now they find themselves such a comfortable position right on that junkyard, and also when it comes down to the zone itself, it is favoring them. These fights is definitely going to be favoring H2E, and look at them, they have 0 defeats for themselves. All they are trying to do is placement points. That's what they did in the first game. That's what I'm hoping they're rooting for in the second game as well, but that is only if the likes of Clarity will allow them to do so, because this aggressive stance that they're pushing on against the players of Quantum is definitely not going to be allowed from the side of Spark, and Spark with that amazing phrase definitely going to try and stop them in the tracks, and in doing so he will. He actually will. A lot of blow has been showcased to the push being showcased from the side of Clarity, but Team Wolf, dude, that X-Factor push coming in from the side of Team Wolf is going to be the blow that is going to be required for Clarity Esports to take this win. Easy peasy. Definitely lemon squeezy in style, and in doing so, Clarity get a lot of points for themselves, and yeah, that is what we were waiting for to see.
Yeah, Clarity trying to make the wrap happen onto Quantum Rage, but instead Quantum Rage hold their ground strong. Spark shuts them down, and that's potentially the end of Clarity. I believe only Teen Wolf was the last member surviving, but not for long. He gets shut down. Clarity will be eliminated, but not before dealing a heavy blow to Quantum Rage. Only Spark left right now, but our eyes immediately again on the southwestern edge where SALTxi8 are in a bit of trouble. This nade, if perfectly cooked, could mean the end of them, and it's exactly that. Not Esports with a heavy chunk of damage. All it's going to need is one more piece of utility to shut them down, but right now I think maybe, if I'm looking at it correctly, is he... No, he's not going for the revive just yet. Instead, oh yeah, he was. So Amer now will be able to get the heal on. Now, again, a nade being cooked onto the faces of SALTxi8. Oh, but Freestyle from top trying to shut them down. That nade does a lot of damage, but I think it might actually end up being Freestyle that capitalizes on this battle.
It is definitely possible, because from the side of Freestyle, this player has definitely been bringing a lot of sprays down towards that angle, and that has been a lot of trouble for the side of the team, and indeed in doing so, it is going to be the end of Quantum, and NES are the two players, I believe. Yeah, Maxi and Amber are still the 2 players who are remaining in that ditch on the other front. Freestyle, they are roaming around in style across this entire step farming that we can see kind of gone wrong due to the drought, but indeed the placement that the FS is doing right here. Again, a 2-man split. We've got Vasi and Tyrant trying to get on top of that mountain to get a lot of information with only 4 teams remaining. H2E chiming in along with 3 defeats already confirmed for themselves, bringing in a lot of spray against the players of NES, and now they know exactly where they are, so the nade is going to be lobbed along with the cook, and if that is set up right, then they are going to be walking away with 6 defeats towards the side of H2E.
Oh, absolutely, bro. We've really got to get our eyes on how Freestyle has been able to do damage after damage, you see. Yeah. With the way they've been able to get control. They are currently the team, I believe, with the most points that are still alive. Yeah, and yeah, exactly. As you can see, 11 eliminations actually already picked up, and potentially even more. Right now, though, it is Regicide pushing in on them. It's almost like Caster's curse, because Regicide shut down 2 players from Freestyle, while H2E and MetershotxSKY are engaged in a battle of their own. We've got 4 squads right now on the map, and in a 1v1 battle with both squads on opposite sides of the circle. It's Regicide shutting down Freestyle, while MetershotxSKY getting eliminated by H2E, and it looks like it is going to be H2E and Regicide most likely in the final, unless Regicide want to control every sightline at the same time, and that's the advantage of having that high ground plot.
Absolutely does, and look at the way the zone has moved away. It is definitely going to be favoring for the side of Regicide, and doing so, NorthEsports getting eliminated. It is going to be the side of the team, Regicide, who are just dominating with 11 defeats confirmed for their side. H2E still holding their strong with only 2, the second team that's remaining on this map. Once again, a wonderful approach being showcased from the side of H2E. I mean, the play they made, that rotation, the plays that they were able to create for their side, and now it's all about just trying to hold that fort for as long as they possibly can. Maybe get another defeat if they possibly can, but again, it's going to be easier said than done, because the numbers advantage goes in terms against them. I mean, Regicide, they've got 4-man, they've got their perfect man Voltrix on top to get all the information sprayed down to the teammates, and in doing so, from all the directions, the side of team H2E is going to be brought down to a very low health, and in doing so, yep, there we go. We've got Hucker and Dread, the 2-man remaining, but for how long are they going to be able to survive? They might end up utilizing a few utilities to maybe survive for a bit longer, but in the end, what you want is just to bring on that spray, bring on some amazing control spray so as to be able to get as many points as you possibly can, and it is Dread. No, he won't be able to get that point, and it is the end of the second game, and this is definitely a dominating play, not only from the side of the chicken dinner winner team Regicide, but also from FS. For the longest time, FS, they were just looking phenomenal in terms of the way that they were playing.
Yeah, most definitely. For winner chicken dinner for Regicide coming in from Group E and instantly making their mark right here on the map of Miramar. 14 eliminations, 29 points. That's how you get off to an astounding start right here in Regicide, doing so in phenomenal fashion. And I think it really did come down to that early fight they took against 52 Rage, where they got that early mountain control near that junkyard area. They were able to continuously maintain that high ground throughout the circles and translate that into several eliminations. So Regicide playing this Miramar by the book and getting rewarded for it aplenty.
It definitely was. I mean, you called it so perfectly, right? When it came down to that rotation made from the eastern side, was just so perfectly set up. And then when it comes down to that water treatment rotation that was showcased from the western front, that was just the way that these teams were able to just slowly and steadily move on across against each other. Because that's, I mean, the teams that we're talking about, of course, H2E, and for the side of Regicide, they had that western flank coming in from their side. And again, it is just unimaginable sort of a playstyle, because FS were looking so ferocious in terms of the way that they were able to control. But would you agree if I say that FS took a bit, or rather a bit too much than they possibly should have? Or hold
Possibly.
on. Before you answer that, let's go on a short little break as the director has called for it, and we'll be right back.
Go.
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, seems like C8 did lose his mind with how amazingly Regicide came into play and managed to get that chicken dinner. But I think, Lakshay, you've got to applaud how well they were holding on to the fortress, and a little bit of that lady luck being sprinkled on them, the circle coming to exactly where they had decided, or do you think it was all in their mind from the very start?
Dude, I wouldn't say they had it in their mind, because again, the circle definitely played a little bit of a ballsy game, you know. I mean, you never can anticipate what the zone is going to be able to do, but in terms of when you're able to capitalize upon whatever the side the zone is going to be shifting, that is what a true IGL does, and that is where I would definitely say that Regicide as well as FS were able to capitalize on those opportunities. So I don't know how much was the lucky lady a part of it, but moving away from that, we do have MVP for the side of Voltrix, which Regicide have been able to, again, perfect play, perfect start to the day from their side is what I would say, because this is the first game that they're playing, and this is the team that just joined us for the first time from Group E.
Yeah, and just coming in there and making your mark. I've always been talking about how dominating the Pakistani teams are, especially in the map of Miramar, and this game was no less, right? It was quite late into the game that we found our first team getting wiped, a first proper squad battle. I think it was around 16 minutes is where we found ourselves with two teams trying to fight it out. Quite understandably why, right? This was not like the first game of Erangel, where we really had a redonkulous zone. It was much more stable this time, much more around the centers, heading towards that junkyard area. But if you take a look at the top players, I see it all surrounded with players of freestyle. I mean, Malik, Tyrant, Wasi also joining the fray, along with SALTxi8, who's making a mark for himself. But clearly, we can agree on this one thing, that SALTxi8, they haven't really been making the right choices or the wise choices in terms of how they're positioning themselves in some really weird scenarios.
That is so true, because I really wanted to have this conversation for the side of, because now 2 games that we've seen from the side of SALTxi8, right? They end up making a decent rotation for themselves, but the way they hunker themselves down, the positions that they find themselves in, and call it their home, or try and see that, all right, this is where we're going to be making an aggressive stance, as always is in such a precarious situation. In this game, they found themselves at the bottom of the mountain as they tried to take on a fight. In the previous game, we found themselves completely caught off guard altogether itself as they tried to make the rotation. So again, this is something that SALTxi8 are going to have to go back to the drawing board by the end of the day, and maybe bring in that change as far as that drop as well as the rotation is concerned from their side.
Oh, they surely have to, because clearly I can see, they still have got that oomph in them. Of course, that's not going out of anywhere. But in terms of how they've been positioning, could clearly be worked upon. Because, likewise, I saw towards the very end, just before they got wiped out, they were surrounded from even the top and from down under, right? That was not the position that they would have wanted to have themselves into. And that's quite basic, right? And of course, having Ghost, the one player that has recently joined from sites, and him making such a good mark, I think that's promising signs for them. But freestyle, I mean, we've got to give up to these lads the way they've been playing. I mean, they were quite dominating throughout. As we take a look at the statistics, a head-to-head between freestyle and Regicide, both of them have their fair shares of getting those green blocks.
They definitely do. I mean, talking about those green blocks, one thing that can be said for the side of Regicide is right off the bat, I want to be focusing the viewers towards damage received. Now, that means clean fights. 659 compared to 917 for the side of freestyle. Definitely says that when it comes to the fights that Regicide were taken, 659 damage received definitely implies that they were part of the fight and they knew exactly which angles that they want to be able to, bring on that aggressive stance from. And that makes the fight that much more safer, and thus giving you less damage taken, right, and more damage given. So that is a plus point for the side of Regicide from that front. On the other side, as we move on to the match summary, Voltrix, the dude is all over the place.
Oh, he's on fire.
The MVP, yeah, exactly, he's on fire.
I mean, such an amazing way to start his season off, right? A new team coming in. He's playing along with Johnny, who's again one of the additions from the coveted i8 squad, right? Him belonging from QWERTY. It's already a rivalry. But then you look at them working together in tandem. I mean, you're talking about, how do we say it in the world of football? It's basically you've got Ramos and Messi playing in the same team, which has quite literally happened. But we take a look at the match rankings over here, as the second matchup, it was of course Regicide getting some amazing elimination points, also along with that chicken dinner 29. Then we've got H2E also playing really consistent over the past 2 games, right? Last game, if I'm not wrong, they managed to get those 8 points. But as we head on to zone analysis, Blotter, so we've had a pretty decent circle, pretty basic, nothing really out of the ordinary. But that little shift towards Junkyard and getting that little bit of a hill control for Regicide, that is what did the job pretty well.
It definitely did. On the other front, for the side of H2Es as well, another thing that I want to mention, I mean, this is a team that we did see make a big rotation from the Prison Island, and as they did get themselves into towards that junkyard region, were able to just slowly take that passive approach, is what I would say. That is what they've done in the previous game as well as in this game, and that resulted in them bringing that game favor, I mean, into the number working in their favor as well. So all right, given that points are being given to you and the rotation did favor you, but is that going to be enough, is what I would question for the side of H2E. On the other front, as you perfectly mentioned, for the side of Regicide, I mean, they were taking on a lot of fights. There is FS right there in the small little dot in yellow as well, right? And that they were taking a lot of fights right there as well, and that is what we want. We want to be able to see these teams bring in that aggressive stance, because that is what will bring in that boost to the amount of points that you're able to accumulate. And with that, in the first day itself, right, you want to be able to get away from that mental stage that, oh, I'm just in the crux of line. Our team is just, might be able to make it, might not be able to make it, because you've only got 2 days of league play. So 10 matches in total that these teams have.
Yeah, and that is where it kind of really worries me. But let's take a look at the Oppo moments, as we will of course have the highlights being played right in front of us. So it was quite late into the game that we started all those fights erupting, and quite understandably why, right? We've already discussed. It was a very centralized circle. All the teams had enough room and space to have themselves settled into. But there's one team that I really want to talk about is 52 Rage. I mean, I was taking a look at the map feed, and they were all over the place, man. I mean, what was the reason behind so having such a huge split?
Dude, again, I mean, that is something that me and Sai also kind of commented upon, and that is, well, the main result or crux of the conversation that I could at least understood from the side of 52X Rage was that they were maybe trying to get as much information as they possibly could and then get themselves together, because we did see all 4 man have a completely fanned out split onto the map, but then slowly as they tried to get together, they were caught off guard one by one. First was Pain to go down, and then the others, and slowly and steadily just completely, just not the playstyle that we anticipate from the side of 52X Rage. On the other front, when it comes down to R3D and Freestyle, these two teams, every single time the camera came on to them, they were taking on some fights, they were bringing on some blows. Same can be said for QWERTY Esports as well, as the day is definitely turning out to be in style for their side.
Oh yeah, I mean, QWERTY, they're doing a pretty decent job at that. I think they've already made themselves established in terms of getting qualified. But this little movement from Team Wolf, I think this is something that we can really talk about, right? This is where I really felt Sirius could have used some better sound sense, because you could hear Team Wolf making that movement from miles afar, right? That has to be the intention, right? It comes down to the little bit of a game sense. I think Sirius went off to a really good start, and in this particular game, I really felt that he could have done better. But we do have a few players who do have some knowledge in Mandarin, but I sure am not one of them who does understand it. Do you?
I would not even comment upon it, mate. Definitely no comments from my side. On the other front, for the side of Regicide, well, the only comment that they had were in the name of bullets, and those bullets converted 14 elimination points for them in style, along with that chicken dinner. So a massive start to the side of Regicide. But now, as they have moved into the fray, that means in the third game of the day, we're going to be moving away from Group C. That means, well, R3D is not going to be playing. We've got Team TUF not going to be playing, Team Star is not going to be part of it, as well as the Grounders. So let's see what Group A, B, D, and E bring to the table.
I'm really looking out for how 3X Esports are going to be playing in this particular game, right? Because, I've heard a lot about them. They've been one of those really aggressive teams. But more than that, I'm kind of getting worried about SALTxi8, because, of course, a lot of you guys might think it's just those 2 games. But ideally, you would want to get a good start for yourself. And the way they've been playing, surely they're getting a few finishes here and there. But this is one of the teams that is one of my favorites to head into, not just into the next stages, but into the GCs as well later on in the year. And them getting off to such a rocky start, I think now it's time to raise eyebrows, because one after the other, if they keep on performing like this, the ship might just sail away. But as we take a look at the damage graph, clearly Freestyle have been one of those teams that have done massive amount of damage, but were just a little bit unlucky in terms of how the zone really panned out. R3G getting the better out of them, but Team H2E always being consistent, even in the first game, even in the second game. If they can manage to maintain it for the next couple of games also, I think they're really good to go.
Definitely. I mean, Group B, from the side of Group B from Freestyle, they are looking pretty good, as well as H2E. On the other front, as you were mentioning, SALTxi8, I mean, look at this map and the graph itself. This map, particularly graph, is what the setup for, and they had a lot to say when it comes to the damage, right? 1703 damage dished out from their side, but only 4 converted into confirmed elimination points. On the other front, you look at the team that got a chicken dinner with Regicide in the name. They've got 1961, so 1677 damage compared to 1961 damage. And look at the conversion ratio. Regicide have 14 elimination points, and on the front for I8 only 4. So that says a lot when it comes down to the play that I8 is going to be making. Is going to be defining their story and their day, pretty much as you so perfectly mentioned. But now as we move on through to the overall ranking, we've got Team Freestyle up on top without a chicken dinner. All thanks to elimination in the placement points, 38 points in total. And then shying away from that to the second position is going to be Regicide with 1 chicken dinner, 9 points away from that first position. Correct me if I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, right now we've got to still consider the fact that, Magnus Esports and Regicide have just played one game each. So somewhere down the
Exactly.
line, if
Yep.
they can maintain that consistency going on, I'm looking at Freestyle maybe toppled over, unless and until they keep on their winning run going and put a halt to Regicide or Magnus Esports, either of them pretty early on. But Clarity Esports, we've got to also say that they've been one of those teams that has been really consistent so far, just those 2 games. Not enough sample size for us to talk about right now, but I think a few of the teams have had really good starts. SALTxi8, playing those 2 games, they've managed to secure 9 points. But clearly, by all, don't get me wrong, right? It's just about the expectations, the standards that they've set. Not just SALTxi8, but teams like QWERTY, even, right? You expect them to do bigger things. You expect them to be the leaders of the pack, which hasn't been the case. But at the same time, it sort of makes me happy as well, because this is where all
Right.
the other teams are getting the limelight. This is where the other teams are proving their mettle. But
True.
this all could be just me overthinking, Lakshay, because hey, these are
No,
just the
dude, no,
league
no, no.
days. Because Super Weekend is where where it all matters, right? If it all comes down to the Super Weekend and that is where they step up, I think all the fans would be elated.
Just to add on to your point, you are definitely not overthinking, because I would say I was overthinking. As you were just talking about all of this, right? I was
Yeah.
myself personally thinking the same exact thing, that maybe we're being a bit too critical about these teams. It's just day number one. It's just the 2 games done. But and so perfectly mentioned by you that we know these teams. We know what they're capable of. So every single time, to the viewers is what I want to say. Every single time it comes down to day number one, the start on the desk is mostly that, yeah, this is just day number one. The teams are trying to get to know each other. They're coming in from different areas and whatnot, but this is not the case. I mean, these are teams and again players who have been playing synergistically for such a long time that they know what they're up against. They know their opponents, for the likes of I8, for the likes of again Team Cody for that matter as well, right? I mean, these are teams that do deserve this sort of a critique when it comes down to gameplay not going in their favor. But again, I take my bow and I would say this is just day number one fixes. We still do have 3 weeks, right? 3 weeks long is what the January is before we jump into the finals. So we definitely give all these teams a leeway, and let's see what this third game is going to be bringing on the map of Erangel. What do you think?
You know what? Yeah, of course. I mean, I agree with you, but at the same time, this sort of concerns me about the fact that these teams, they need to realize that the number of games are reducing, and if they cannot
Yep.
make it, if they cannot have a comfortable spot in the top 16, and then it's gonna spell disaster for them. Imagine, not having teams like SALTxi8 and QWERTY in the first Super Weekend, right?
Exactly.
But as we head along, ladies and gentlemen, it's of course gonna be Erangel. The battlegrounds next is where we're gonna be heading in, and we will not be having teams from Group C playing with us in this one. So ABDE will be participating. So FMR3D, Team TUF, Team Star, and the Grounders are gonna be taking a little bit of a backseat. They're gonna be chilling down, charging their devices, watching all the games pan out in front of them. But Lakshay, I really forgot to put CA under the spot, but I think I'm gonna do that with you right now. Who do
All
you
right.
think is gonna be emerging out as a victor in this game? Just your predictions. A chicken dinner.
On this map of Erangel, I do want to say from the side of Group A, B, D, and E, I mean, Team QWERTY, I anticipate to be able to showcase a bit more of a synergistic play from their side. On the other front is going to be for the side of RX. So I want to pick 2 teams actually. Team QWERTY, I want to be able to see them finish in the top 5, top 3. 3x Esports is a team that I'm just hoping that this game. So see, when it comes to 3x, I
Yeah.
casted them earlier as well, and the thing that I noticed with them is the fact that if games go in their favor, if they start taking on those shots, you know how you get warmed up, right? Fixes. I mean,
Yeah.
you're a player, you've been an esports player yourself as well.
Right.
So when you're starting to play and you're getting warmed up and you're feeling confident, slowly and steadily you get 1 elimination, you get 2 elimination, and before you know it, your friend on the other side is going to be taking another compound all by himself, and now all right, my teammates are doing this, I'm doing it, I've got that energy pumped up, and before you know it, 3x just pumps that boost up 3x to 4x, and they get so many elimination points, and that is how they push their metal forth. So I'm hoping keeping my fingers crossed that this is the kind of playstyle that 3x brings to the table. But yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm choosing group B and E from group A and B. I don't know. Do you want to pick one?
I mean, at this point, I really would want to see 3x get a chicken as well, because so much hype has been created around this team. So they've been touted as being one of the more aggressive teams of the Pakistan region. So let's see what they have to offer us. The bird is in the sky at this time, sort of a similar flight path that we witnessed, from shooting range towards the Snowfall military base, but I would not want to see the same circle back again, right? I want to have something a little bit more steady, something a little bit more around the central-ish areas. I want to see some proper fights happening, not all these teams scrapping for a chicken dinner around those shorelines, right? Felt like we were back in the World War II a little bit, having all those battles, ensue upon us. But right now, Lakshay, we have a couple of teams, especially from Group E, who are going to be joining us in the fray in this particular matchup. So let's see how their addition sort of changes the equation in our third map.
Well, I can definitely tell you what has not changed is the drop location of I-8.
That will never
correct me if I'm wrong. It's been like 1.5, 2 years now that they find themselves very comfortably just sitting in that military base, just zooming around. And again, it's fine. It's absolutely comfortable. Same can be said for FS as well. I mean, they love that fairy pier, and therefore every single time they try and get over there. So it's absolutely comfortable. But now, as we perfectly mentioned, from the side of I-8, they need to start capitalizing on these opportunities. We did see in the map of Miramar, the damage graph, it was all the way up to 1700, but the conversion of that damage graph was only 4 elimination points. So that is something that we can definitely anticipate and hope that they're able to bring a different blow to the lobby when it comes down to this game. On the other front, when it comes down to early contestations, we can definitely see a lot of these teams. I mean, from Quantum to 3x to Quraysh to R3G, quite a lot of them not necessarily clustered up, but once as they are dropping down, they definitely can see each other. So as they start making that rotation, because they are already in the comfort of the zone, things are gonna get trickier. On the other side, moving all the way up towards the north, we've got 52x Rage, just making again a very chill approach. Does not matter, we playing our game. We'll have the first zone, and then we'll slowly YOLO make it into the zone, and maybe we might just take a fight. Let's see.
You know what's really interesting about how long they're having those drops this time? It's a 2-2 split. Quite different to that. Well, one each split in Miramar, right? This comes down to the fact that teams are now taking a look at once they get down with the games, they head over do the map analysis of how the teams have been playing, how their rotations have been. They're gonna clearly figure out a way to tackle them, and this is something that 52 Rage needs to be wary of. But Team QWERTY, a lot of hype around this player as well, a young gun from the Pakistan region, Gravity, as he's gonna pull a lot of people down. But well, we've got to see. I mean, he's been doing his basics right. I really saw that one occasion in the first game of Erangel where he really provided a beautiful cover fire to his teammate. But talking about this particular showdown right now, I think we've got a few changes around that bridge area a little bit. We've got these slide platforms also being added up, a little bit of an obstruction over here as well. So crossing over the bridge has been a little bit more tricky. Let's see how the teams manage to do that. But one of those things that I could instantly point out, both MetershotxSKY and SALTxi8, they've had one personnel around the bridge, making sure that he has all eyes on whichever teams are passing by.
Absolutely, that is true. And I was just looking at the map on my screen as well, and we've got from the side of freestyle, Wasi, who seems to have gone on a completely different show altogether. I mean, we've seen from the side of FS, they love to stick to that fairy pier, but Wasi seems to have something completely different in mind, wherein I8's players are so very close. I mean, Blade, we can clearly see he's right next to him. So is another teammate of Blade. So that is a very precarious situation that Wasi finds himself in. But another plus point to that con that he finds himself in is the fact that he has the information now. So when it comes down to freestyle, if at all the zone restricts them and wants them to get into the military base, Vasi has already relayed that information that there is a bridge camp possible. So that bridge is never going to be an option. So they'll probably have to go for a water rotation. So these sort of informations, right, they also become very, very critical and as the game progresses on along.
You know, one thing, Lakshay, of course, considering how I've been a zone reader myself, I've got this little feeling inside the bottom of my heart that the circle is going to shift down south completely, right, at a certain
Right?
point. And why do I say that? Because, if you
Okay.
take a look at how the map feed is around, you could clearly see, right, the circle is completely has the southern island in its crotches, right? So once that happens, majority of the time we have seen the circle kind of shift down below. So that is going to be the case. We've got to see as to how well the teams are adept to reading this. But taking a look at SALTxi8, they've already started making their moves, right? They know that it's going to be a certain circle. They are going to be stationed in a really good position. So this is one of those games that is there for team SALTxi8 to go out there and win. And
True.
they've got to
So
make
true.
sure that they've got all the pieces of jigsaw rightfully positioned for them to do that. And right now from the military base area, I'm anticipating that they've got decent amount of loot. But if they're kind of scattered like that, if some or the other team just comes down south and finds, let's say, Uzim off guard, then that's not going to be good news for them.
Well, let's not put some more salt on already a painful situation that I8 have had in terms of the two games that they've played. But of course, let's keep that finger crossed sort of a situation for their side. On the other front, when it comes down to clarity, they are making a pretty long rotation from the western front, from the Gatka region, and as they do, they are going to be in the crosshairs, or if not the crosshairs, they're definitely going to be given the information away to the players of Magnus as well as H2E. Now, H2E we have seen to have a very passive approach, so they might not anticipate to be taken a fight against the players of Clarity. But will Magnus be able to retaliate? We can, well, I mean, you guys cannot see on the map, but I can see that all the teams right now making the rotation to get into the center of the zone, as we did see Quraysh make a rotation from the farm region as well. They've got crosshairs set up towards the players of 3x, and it apparently definitely seems like one of the players have already been knocked. So not going according to my prediction, 3x still not warmed up yet.
I think what 3x need at this point is try to play a little bit safe, right? Focus a lot on those
Yes.
centralish areas. Get yourself into the groove, and once you're doing that, that's when you can unleash the true devil inside of you. You could show that killer instinct. But Magnus seemed to be in a little bit of a situation over here, as Cairo has been taken down. But I think Quraysh have really been instilling a lot of hurt, and 3x getting one of these players taken down. And this
Ouch.
is what I was talking about. Having your players split apart, this is gonna hurt you a lot. But right now, Magnus have no time to breathe, as they have a fight on their hand, as Mom2 is gonna be pressed over, but still taking the fight right at the players of H2E. It's gonna be Dread who's gonna deal with the wrath of Mom2, but Mom2 clearly is under very low HP, still managing to dish some quantifiable amount
Whoa.
of damage over there. Mom2 still staying alive, as H2E, one after the other, they just got dealt with, completely abolished over here
Wow.
by Magnus. Now, Magnus, this is definitely one of those teams that we really, really need to watch out for, Lakshay.
Dude, Mom too, man. That dude was almost on like 30% HP. Dread, I was going to commend H2E Dread for the way he was able to not get even hit a single bullet. But then as soon as Dread jumped out from the side of H2E, I mean, Mom 2 was right there with a sliver of an HP and was completely able to shatter down the dreams of Dread. And in doing so, H2E absolutely dominated against them. And Magnus moving away with style. 4 elimination points confirmed for their side, and now it is going to be for the side of 3x to start retaliating. And the push coming in from the side of R3G is definitely not going to be allowed. On the other front is going to be Quraysh's Mani, who's just keeping a very low, slow approach to this entire position, as well, his teammates maybe he does not have any teammates around. I do not see any, and I'm trying to find some on the map, and they are a little too further away. So he's going to just hunker down in that position. On the other front, when it comes down to freestyle, they do not have any defeats yet, but it's only a matter of seconds where TFD's player Danny is down on his knees, and there we have it. Danny has been delivered. Tyrant getting that first elimination point for his team FS.
So a lot of certain side skirmishes happening right along, and especially it's such a huge blow for the players of Assault I8 right now. But look at how Magnus so beautifully took control over this particular fight. H2E, they were just left astounded with what's really happening with them. But the same can be said about what really happened in the southern areas as well, right? For VTFT not being really wary about the surroundings, they did manage to take down one of the players of SALTxi8, but instead, they lost out their numbers as well, which is not a really promising sign. But 3x Miracle do have a fight right in front of them, as it's the boys from R3G racing at them, and Miracle is going to be brought down, and Kronos has been dealt with by Johnny as well. So 3x having the worst start that they could have imagined inside the PMPL, but I think at this particular point we could cut them a little bit of slack, because a newly formed team, I'm pretty sure, Lakshay, they're feeling the heat.
They're feeling the heat, right? It's just the first day jitters, the first day pressure, the sweats that basically deliver you. But as the journey progresses on, I'm sure they're going to get a lot more comfortable, as I've seen them earlier on the other front when it comes down to Quraysh Esports. This team, such a cheeky play they've showcased behind the scenes. 3x Esports, as they took on the fight, behind the scenes, Quraysh Esports just slowly made the rotation, got closer to the bridge, and now they want to bring in a lot of blows, a lot of bangs to the players of 3x Esports, as well as their opponents. That is going to be R3G. So, very cheeky play. Will this be able to get them points? Will this be able to get them elimination points? For now, they've been able to get the damage for them side, but Quraysh will definitely try and not wait to get the defeats confirmed for them as they move away from the position to get into the comfort of the military zone, as you had predicted.
Oh yeah, I mean, I knew that from the very start. Just being a little tricky, and this is really good from Quraysh, right? Understanding the
Yes,
gravity of
true.
the situation, that this is not their fight to take, right? They've got to look at the bigger picture. They've got to take a good position inside the circle and wait for these teams to show up. If they manage to stay alive, but we do have another fight breaking out in front of us. We this is right decision if they decided to escape, but on
Yeah,
the
they
kill
should.
feed, Lakshay, it's clarity against Salt I8, and we've been missing a lot of that action also. But we do have
Ooh.
Quraysh this time going up against XGeneration. We do have JD knocked out a little bit. Of course, he's gonna get himself back up in no time. But look at how beautifully Quraysh
Team of Quraysh definitely bringing in those points for themselves. So, once again, Magnus. So once again, it is the Pakistan region. We know they're going to be aggressive, and when it comes to aggressive stance, this is what these teams deliver.
You know, this all comes down to the fact that the circle was again down south, right? A lot of teams trying to rotate down pretty early on, and eventually ended up battling against each other, right? So a little bit of a
Right.
different pace in comparison to what we had in Miramar. Erangel has to be eruptive, and we're witnessing back and forth, the same certain circle twice. The last occasion it went towards the central island, but this time making sure it sticks down towards the Sosnovka military base. But from what we do have in front of us over here, SALTxi8 not really in a good position anymore. Um, no kills whatsoever, already losing out on two of their players. And same can be said right now for Regicide having lost out on Johnny. Now that is not a good news for them. And I think at a certain point he's going to get eliminated. Still the third circle, so it's not going to hurt him a lot. But even one bullet connecting out of Sirius, now that could be a really alarming situation for them. As Quantum Rage, now this is again one of those approaches I really respect and I really like. Why? Because now you're letting all the teams in front of you go ahead. You know there's no one behind. You have enough meds. Then you can really enter inside the circle. But 52 Rage, they are fishermen over here as they do
Oh
fight the
yes.
players of North Esports run. In fact, Ahmed who has taken a little chunk of damage over there, not too much. But the bigger question is, can they make it to the other side of the shorelines? And if they do make it, even Lakshay, can they still remain alive?
Exactly, exactly. It's like the complete fish fest that has been created right here in this zone, and I absolutely love these sort of zones that are created a little bit on the water, a little bit on the land. A lot of teams that are going to be finding themselves in the water without a lot that they can do. On the other front, it is going to be 52x Rage that is definitely bringing in a lot of domination to the fishes that are finding themselves as they cross the sea, or river rather. But 52x Rage, they better be careful, right? I mean, they're not the only ones. The zone is going to be catching up to them as well. As they do, they will be the ones who will be at the receiving end. And as of now, they have given away their information as to where they're at, but they've not been able to get any accumulated points
Oh,
for themselves.
look at this.
That was
Gravity
sad.
just eating him away. And now Quraysh, they're making a run at it. They do have Destroyer coming in for some support. Khan already out of the picture. Gravity making sure that he gets the final finishes. And there you go. The boy already on fire. Quite understandably why all the fans from Pakistan were asking me to look out for this kid. But now 52 Rage making sure that they're getting the better out of the players of North Esports. And Zabeen, he's fallen down as well. But now the big question lies, how do they get to this inside? So I think what they're going to do is use the waterways. I think they're going to do a little bit of cardio. They're going to do a little bit of a lot of swimming, not just a little bit.
Oh, they're gonna have to. They're definitely gonna have to, and they're gonna stick in that, rather try and stick that neck in the water, underneath the water, as long as they possibly can, because there are gonna be so many fishermen as they reach the shorelines. Because we've got 11 teams remaining, and as of now, we're looking at three teams: 52x Rage, Quantum, as well as another one who find themselves in the water as of now. All the other teams are on the island, and here we go. The third team is NES's Emmer. So Emmer as well as Maxi, who are going to be out in the water. Magnus Esports trying to take on some shots, but in the minimap we can clearly see that there is a team right behind them as well. So a precarious situation that these teams who are trying to take on that fishing as the occupation, will that be allowed? The other teams, they've got competition. That third party situation could very well blow them or blow back on them and get their points taken away from them as they try and fish some from the sea.
Over here, Lakshat, I really feel that the hunters might just become the hunted because the way 52 Rage are making their way in, I'm quite sure a lot of people would be waiting for them, for someone to show up on the shoreline, and that is their cue to really aggress at them. But now, from what we can see, Team QWERTY are in a really interesting position. They've lost out on two of their players, but still have managed to secure four finishes. Now, Gravity and Wolverine, two of those more reliant players that from their side, Malik are really trying to make an escape, trying to get back to his team. Hasn't really been peppered down with bullets, but Gravity taken down from the play zone. I believe he's been taking some, he's been dealt with by some damage from the players of Freestyle, and the last chip of damage did come from the zone, as a result of which he's been taken down. There's no chance in that Wolverine should go after trying to get that res onto him, and he's all by himself at this certain point. All he can do is really go for a heal battle.
Dude, Tyrant, Vasi, the entire team of Freestyle, they're just not wanting to let that point go. I mean, they know that Wolverine is there. There's one player back there. They want to be able to get that point. They've got 4 elimination points confirmed for themselves, but they're still not happy. They're still not full. On the other front, the zone shift that brought on. But before we talk about that, Clarity Esports taking on a fight against the players. Well, never mind the name, because the name has been eliminated from this lobby, as there is a Regicide going back into the R3G. Yep, they have been eliminated thanks to the play and positioning from Clarity.
Yeah, and this all comes down to the fact that Regicide did opt to fight early on, right? Take a fight where they should have rather focused on getting inside the circle. Now, this is what really happens when you cannot get into a lobby that's kind of unpredictable, because now they wanted to force a fight. They did. They were high on confidence, and why should they not be? Considering they managed to take a chicken dinner, they pretty much secured the spot. But now we've got Rollin finding the better out of Sky's Ash and has managed to take down Halsey as well. But I think it's going to be 420 Boy who's going to have that final bullet damage being dealt upon him, as Clarity Esports really capitalizing on the situation, have already managed to accrue 6 kills. But look at this, Quantum Rage and Faster, they're going to be having a little bit of a chit chat here though. But I really am wondering what could the conversation be like. What do you think, Lakshay?
Well, for now, they're like, how's the first day coming along, mates? Because I'm definitely chilling. I'm just having this perfect party at my yacht, and we've got so many other players who have been invited as well, and that's exactly what they're happy about. But Magnus is like, no, you did not invite us, and we're definitely going to be taking a lot of blow against you. And they have been at this for quite some time. And as that fight was taken on from the side of Clarity, we also did have the kill feed FS going up against the players of North Esports, where North Esports were damaged quite a lot, but NES definitely did bring a little bit of a blow against the players of FS as well. And now that blow has been moved on towards the players of Magnus, where Magnus, this team just does not want to stop. First, Erangel, they got 10 kill chicken dinner. This time around, they've got 5 elimination points already confirmed. With 9 teams remaining, 21 minutes in, this is going to be anybody's game. But there's the yacht party I was talking about.
3 teams. I'd imagine 1 grenade to take them all down. Someone has got to do that. But Magnus, they're on a whole different level right now. They've got so many kills waiting for them. And so is Black, all one with the nature, with the skelly suit that he possesses. But right now, 420 Boy, he's got his eyes on the remainders of the players of MetershotxSKY Esports. We've got to see what can they do from around here. Someone needs to come out. Someone needs to throw just that one little grenade. And I'm going to be so happy about it. Respect, you've got to spray. Just spray randomly, wildly, and someone's going to get wiped out. And indeed, Pain manages to do that. 52 Rage finally stepping out of the shorelines. They do know that they have very slim chances of making it safely inside the circle. Might as well spoil the party, and in fact he's just gonna demolish every single one of them, spots them all out in the open, and still getting the damage done. What an absolute madman, Lakshay.
Definitely, dude. I mean, Pain, this is what we were waiting for. Rage, bring in that rage, bring in the glorious moment right now for the side of 52x Rage, as they have been, all thanks to Rage Pain, bringing a lot of damage to this lobby. I mean, of course, he was going to get caught off guard. He's out in the open. The smoke is definitely going to dissipate overall. And before he does so, though, he did get some elimination points for his team. So a GG play for his side. But with that, 6 teams remaining. None in the water as of now, I do believe, as the land is where the zone is at. And TMW, a team that has not yet been able to pop up in style when it comes to the entirety of the lobby, are looking pretty comfortable as of now. They've got 3 defeats confirmed. They've got 3 players still remaining. But what sort of a play style are they going to be bringing when you've got the opponents like Clarity just completely hunkering down on your position?
Oh yeah, I mean, Clarity, they've been looking really promising. They've been looking really good, but so have the players of Freestyle, as Black is on a domination spree already, managing to secure 3 finishes over there. Had we just a little bit show off a head over there, 420. Being a little unlucky in terms of how he could connect the shot, but I think you've got to give it to the players of SALTxi8 as well. They've done a really decent job in surviving for so long, considering the situation that they were in early on, right inside this game. But Magnus, now this is where the fire is going to be upon them, right at the very center. All these teams kind of trying to get inside the circle. I think they're going to be the easy targets to spot out, and we've got to see how can they deal with this threat looming around them, as Cairo managing to just spray wildly at the players of Clarity, and nothing seemed to connect really.
Well, for now it definitely does not, but Clarity on the other front, they have so much of information against the positioning of TmW's players that one by one, they are just being brought on down like ants and flies, and in doing so, Clarity have already been able to accumulate 8 defeat points for themselves. Of course, Drawland was brought down on his knees right now. TmW getting eliminated with that 4 teams remaining. FS, we did see Black was the man, I believe, who was the final man surviving from the side of Freestyle with a Glee suit. So, yeah, he's still surviving, still there. He's still at the edge and holding on steadily. Because he's looking pretty comfortable. Like the team is looking comfortable in terms of the total elimination points they've been able to accumulate. So now it's all about the fight to get, well, to get yourself the chicken dinner against Clarity Esports. But will Magnus be able to bring in any blow? No, I don't think so. It does not seem likely.
You know, at this particular point, Clarity have to inch in closer, right? They know that they've got the players of Magnus inside that one little compound over there, and it's just gonna take a few grenades to completely destroy them, demolish them. But this is where, you know, respect has also been brought back to life. They'll instead spotting that little rotation out from Zibian, as he knew that the other team was gonna try and close in, and so are the players of Team SALTxi8 getting really up close and personal to Black, finally spotting him out, making sure Blade showing that really wonderful reflex, as now the final 3 teams survive. This is the game that SALTxi8 were really looking for, but now the main battle is really going to ensue between Team Magnus and Team Clarity, and SALTxi8, they will have to capitalize on this situation. But considering those fire shots that they've already given out, they've already established to the other teams where they are.
Well, Team Wolf, look at them positioning. He was moving away and looking at the map, as you can see on the right, second and right of your screen. You can see bottom right that the side of, well, Magnus, they have moved away from the compound. They've come out, and now as they get closer and closer towards the side where I8 are going to be finding themselves, a Blade is not looking too good because his position, even though in the Glee suit has been compromised, and his teammate Uzum has been brought on away from him. So that remains the 3 teams still surviving. Magnus looking pretty comfortable with a 4-man squad with 7 elimination points confirmed. Now is all between Magnus and Clarity. 4v3 situation, I believe, is what this will be, or 4v4 altogether. But who will get the better half of the sky?
Oh, that is something that we really have to see, because Clarity, they have to get inside the circle. Now, the onus lies upon the players of Magnus, how well they can defend their fortress. You know, they've done that in the past, but this time, you know, Zibian is not all by his lonesome. He's got some teammates along with him, but right now he's crawling all battered and bruised in blood as the players of Magnus, they are trying to split out. This is the right decision to make at this point, but if Momto can find a beautiful grenade onto it, even a single player of Team Clarity, that could spell disaster for them, as Momto, that good projectile from that grenade had been spotted out by Drawland, who manages to get that knock over here, and in turn that response has been coming along as Cairo managing to push and manages to find a beautiful knock, as it is all out war, as Magnus, they're still going in for that race, as 420 still trying to dish some damage. Now let's see what happens next.
Well, Magnus was able to get that revival done, but sadly, Cairo will not be allowed, and thus it is going to be 3-1 squad from the side of Magnus, where Magnus slowly and steadily are just being swept off their knees, because it is Clarity Esports for pushing in style, and in doing so, they definitely capitalize upon the position. And for a few minutes ago, I honestly thought it is going to be a Magnus's game, because Clarity were down on their knees trying to get that revival done to the teammates, but boy, oh boy, the aggressive stance that this team was able to just capitalize upon was a GG play against the side of Magnus, where they were just not allowed to breathe. And in doing so, Clarity Esports walked away with a chicken dinner, along with a total of 12 kill points for themselves.
Oh yeah, and you know, now they're on the very second spot. This is exactly what was needed from their side. You know, denying Magnus the pleasure and the luxury of that second chicken dinner in the map of Erangel, Lakshay. Now this is something that we're talking about. You know, Magnus, again, one of those teams, one of those new revelations that has been really looking promising inside those initial days of in fact the first day of the PMPL Pakistan Spring 2022. But talking about the other teams, I think SALTxi8 recovered really well. We saw a lot of fishes in the water, and they were so well dealt with by Payne, and that is something that I really love to watch.
That is again, I mean, that is the kind of zone that I absolutely do always enjoy, because when it comes down to the finality of the zone, it is going to be some teams that find themselves in the water, some teams that are just trying to get as much spray going on, as many kill points, as many elimination points, as many defeat points as they possibly can accumulate for themselves. But in this one, that was just so amazing. There was 2 to 3 teams, right, that were just stuck behind that small little buggy, and they were just not able to move away until unless 52x's Rage Pain was able to get away from that. And interestingly enough, I mean, Quraysh did not follow them. I mean, that was just amazing storyline. But then again, I mean, this is just day number 1. 3 games done and still 2 more to go. So still a lot more on the line and a lot more on the stake for these teams to showcase what they are bringing to the table this season.
Oh yeah, they're definitely bringing the heat in. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be heading for a short little break, and we'll be right after this.
Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Alright, so we do have CA joining back with us, and I'm pretty sure that he had lost his mind in the game of Miramar to even lose a lot of more grey cells in this matchup. It was absolutely horrendous the way the teams got eliminated one after the other.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was a bloodbath. Really what we expected from Pakistan. It didn't deliver, I would say, in game 1, which was much slower than what I was expecting from Pakistan. Miramar picked up the pace, and then into this match 3, it felt like it just pedaled to the metal all the way through, and that's exactly the kind of momentum I'm expecting to continue on to this match 4. Hey Fixes, I noticed you put Blotter under the spot in match 3, so I'm gonna come right here and return the favor to you. Who are you expecting with that winner chicken dinner in match 4?
We're gonna talk about that a little bit later. Of course, I'm gonna give a few predictions. I've been always one of those advocates of the underdogs, those new teams coming up. But he sure has made quite a name for himself. Drolin from QWERTY Esports with those 5 eliminations has secured the MVP in this game. Now QWERTY, they've been looking so sound, especially with their decision making, right? Now a good team does not just have to be very good in terms of taking a lot of finishes, right? You've got to also maintain that balance in getting good amount of possession. I think QWERTY have been looking really solid, really steady, and I think being so consistent, they've made sure that they're going to be staying in the top 16 no matter what. So we're going to see a lot of aggression also being brought out from their side. But this time, in terms of the top players, we still do take a look at a lot of familiar faces from the first game of Erangel. And boy oh boy, Zibian is not alone anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Zibian with some key company right there with his team. 420 boy as well as Drolin making go up right there. But I think for Magnus as well, clear dominance shown here with Momto and Adil a part of that top 5. These teams have been in a prolific run of form so far, and that just begs the question, are we going to see that continue? Are we going to see someone else rise to the task? Because if you talk in that regard, of course, match 4 will mean we're going to be missing Group B from the picture, which means no more QWERTY Esports. For now, QWERTY, they're going to get a bit of the break and a potential opportunity for Magnus either to run away with the lead, or for maybe finally we get to see SALTxi8 bounce back, because we've been talking all about them. Underwhelming performances so far, Fixes.
Yeah, I mean, this was basically their game to lose, right? Considering how the circle had panned out and how they had positioned. I could spot that happening from, miles afar. Now, I would not call myself a prophet, or maybe I could try and do that after my casting days are over. But, we could see that from happening when you're going individually, being split, when you know is the most important time in the battle, right? You've got to look out for all those teams coming in. And that is exactly what happened to them. One thing followed the other. They lost out on 2 players, but I think we cannot really also take away comments from them because of the fact that they still managed to make it to the top 3. Now that is a really good feat to achieve, and same goes with freestyle as well. They also did manage to get quite a lot of kills, so they're also maintaining that perfect balance. Look at them at the 3rd spot in this matchup right now. Of course, the first being taken by QWERTY, the second coming towards Magnus. But you know, SALTxi8, I think they could have done better in terms of getting those elimination points. That is, well, they did not have a lot of option, right? You reduce to a two-man squad. All you can do at the very max is get position points for your team, and I think getting a third spot in that aspect is a really good way to go out.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, despite what we saw from the first two matches, as you said, it was SALTxi8's game to lose. And of course, I think they're going to be happy that they improved to a large extent with the 10 placement points, but still very much lacking in that firepower that we know them for. So we'll have to see if they can bounce back. But I think Clarity, they are, I believe, in the overall leaderboard as well, now starting to run away with a little bit consistent performances we've seen from them throughout. And going into this match 4, they're going to get a bit of a break and a bit of a opportunity for other teams, and Magnus especially, who have performed very, very well in match 1 and match 3, to try and grab that lead away from them once again. And I'm excited to see if it happens. But I think amongst all of this, one team that has slowly just been sneaking in with consistent performances has been Freestyle. Like, every single time in the mix of things, continuously looking for these advantageous fights. I think in Miramar especially, they were a little unlucky, so maybe this time luck goes on their side and they're able to pull off not just that firepower but as well as top placement points.
Yeah, you know, we've got to wait for that a little bit, because I think they're not going to be playing the next game, but we'll talk about that a little bit later here. So getting down to zone analysis, what we do have, clearly, you know, I said it from the very start that the circle was going to go down south, because the majority areas of the first circle were all, that is where you could see the entire Sosnovka military base coming down under it. But this little bit of a northern shift was something that teams did not anticipate, right? Clarity had done a really good job in maintaining the circles, and then, you know, they were holding on to the edges. They made sure that they cleared their backlines. They made sure that there was no one who's gonna provide trouble to them. So they made all the right decisions. But what I really felt that this could have been Team Magnus's chicken dinner again, right? I really felt that they were still inside this circle towards the very end. The way they took it, right? That one little compound you would see after a while, but you know, when it all panned down to a 4v4 fights here, that is where it kind of really bugged me that the players of Magnus really went ahead, went charging in, were looking so overconfident over there, I think could be the right word to say, because had they not that, had they been a little bit more patient, had they you know, been waiting for the players of you know, Clarity to recover, I think they could have done a better job and could have secured the second chicken dinner in Erangel.
Oh, 100%. I think it really reminds you of the way they won the first match too, right? They were patient in Erangel. It's really why they ended up getting the winner chicken dinner. So maybe that overconfidence coming because of that early winner chicken dinner. But irrespective, taking a look at our Oppo moments, you could see what we did see from Magnus in the earlier stages was a lot more aggressive action as compared to their first Erangel. So definitely in terms of tempo, this does feel like a team that is moving up the cards. But the same could be said for Freestyle, for Regicide as well, who had a phenomenal match in Miramar, somewhat carried over the momentum here in Erangel, and once again will be carrying on into Miramar, looking to replicate their runner from match 2.
You know, this is the thing that really bugged me with Regicide, right? They really stepped on the gun way too much, way too faster, I have to say. But this little wipe of XGeneration from the players of Quraysh was so beautifully executed, right? And Quantum Rage, I think they really capitalized on whatever they could do. Not much though, because right after they were under heavy fire from Voltrox and the entirety of Regicide. Now, Regicide needs to do better in terms of their decision making, right? You've got to understand the zone is going down south. You've got to look at the bigger picture. But Quraysh, considering a team that you know, has been there in the scene for a little while, they're finally getting some decent squad vibes. You know, they've been looking very well constructed. They have not been panicking their world out. But you know, for QWERTY, right, we haven't really gotten a lot of chance to talk about them. And they started off really well. The rotations were fine, but just to throw it all out of the sink a little bit later, right? They could not get inside the zone. They were in such a dicey situation, and it all came falling down for them.
Yeah, exactly. And
oh,
it really, it really did become a case of quite questionable moves right there. But talking about just that, I'm really confused as to why Quantum Rage at 52 X, of course, were right next to each other. Payne was like, I'm gonna spoil this party because I'm not a part of it, man. You can't have a party without me. And did exactly that. Slammed down the brakes on the Quantum Rage players and then continued that momentum. But I think what we really saw from this match 3 fixes was a clear indication of that Pakistani identity that we've been talking about to a large extent. A lot of the teams on that over-aggressive note to really, I think, pleasing me, but of course bugging you with respect to the fact that there could have been certain situations where breaks might have helped them out, and I want to see which teams are able to adapt immediately, which teams are able to learn from those tiny mistakes and find value in this match for upcoming, because I think what Clarity have shown that hard work and really consistency does truly pay off. They were at the brunt end of freestyle running into them in match 1. In match 2, the circle got a little better of them. They caught on the low ground. But in match 3, they finally found that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and this is exactly what the boys needed, right, to get themselves back right in. And as we take a look at the damage graph, it has to be Magnus and Clarity leading the charts as well. But you know, huge props to Quraysh Esports. I mean, they've been getting some decent squad wipes. They did manage to take down the IGL of Team QWERTY, and I think now that they're getting a lot of finishes, they're starting to feel confident. What they can do later from the remainder of the games that they have is look a little bit, focus a little bit on the possession points. Otherwise, they are good to go. TmwEsports not really having a kind of a start that they could have wanted or they had in the past 2 games, but it's not going to hurt them a lot, right? They still are in a very good position in terms of the overall standings. TMW also being very silent, being very sneaky, have managed to accrue 3 kills for themselves and 52 rage. I mean, what do we say about Payne over here? All he could have done is, you know, just thrown that one little grenade, and that could be an absolute holocaust in the map over there. You know, 3 squads getting wiped is a lot of people getting wiped out of 64 players that we had. So you could clearly say, right, Rage, they are absolutely raging. But taking a look at the overall rankings over here, we do have Freestyle leading the charts with 54 points. We do have Clarity with 51 on the 2nd spot, and Magnus Esports, I think, for me, they have been the revelation so far.
Oh yeah, 100%. Magnus Esports have really stepped up to the mark, and really to an extent that we didn't expect. Given the fact that they're on number 3 with 1 match less compared to Freestyle and Clarity, I think they can comfortably take away that first spot if they're able to find that consistent performance. But same could be said for Regicide, I think, especially, and H2E. Like you said, really surprised us because this was one of the teams, if you look back to the qualifiers, towards the lower end of that spectrum. If I'm not mistaken, they did end up facing a lot of troubles. They finished 16th in the qualifiers fixes. So for them, finishing 16th in the qualifier to now being in the top 5 in the first 3 matches of day 1, that's a brilliant start.
Oh, but it's definitely not a brilliant start for FMR3D and Team QWERTY. We're kind of lurking around that 14th and 15th spot, right? Considering you would expect one of them has been invited, one of them, the toppers of the PMPL qualifiers, haven't really shown up to the occasion, right? This is where they could be, you know, thinking at the back of their mind that they could have done a lot better. But so far, the day has been really amazing with quite a lot of teams stepping up. We haven't had gotten to witness, you know, a single team getting back-to-back chickens or double chickens in a day. But we still do have 2 more games remaining. So this time, teams from Group B will be sitting this one out. So we're not going to have Clarity Esports. We're not going to have 52 Rage Esports. We're not going to have Freestyle and Team H2E. So I think teams from Group B have done such an amazing job. They've secured so many points that they can freely relax, right? Take a step back, just watch out all the games happening in front of them. And after this, of course, teams from Group A are going to be sitting down in the next matchup. We're going to have BCD coming into play as well. But it's Miramar time. And now with Miramar really coming up, I think you had posed a question, you know, who do you think can win this one. This is the perfect chance and opportunity for Team QWERTY to get themselves back on the big stage, right? This QWERTY has been one of those teams that loves their game of Miramar. I know Khan loves that map particularly. So I would want them to get a chicken dinner and get back to the top 8 in style. What about you, though?
I have this weird feeling that we're gonna see the resurgence of the Titans. I have a weird feeling that STI8 is just gonna be feeling extremely angry with their performances so far. You know, they're like, bro, we're supposed to dominate here. What the heck is going on? And come out just all guns blazing in this match of Miramar, and we'll see. Because if they don't, it's certainly gonna be some major question marks raised.
Oh, I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, by the end of today's matches, we just have 2 more games remaining, right? Teams will have to step up. I think it's the last game for SALTxi8, so clearly understandable why they would want to get a chicken dinner and end the day on a good note. Not that they had not that they had any bad game in the third map. So I think they've recovered really well. This is something, chicken dinner is just going to bolster up their morals. As we sort of get into the gladiator arena, is this one of those gladiator arenas that you would say, or is it that, what do you call that in Spain? The one where the bull just goes gushing through and takes down the guy. What was that sport named? I'm turning old here. Bullfighting.
Yeah.
One of those bullfighting rings. It's so simple.
I was actually trying to think of the Spanish word for that. I thought you were talking about that, but I'm just not able to get it to the mind right now. But hey, that's okay. I'll take the other Spanish words in our map right now and hope that some other teams land in Hacienda del Patron so I can say a lot of Spanish stuff, because right around there is where we see the majority of it. And really, that was an area that was, I would say, underlooked in our first match of Miramar. Water treatment, Hacienda del Patron, even Cruz de Valle was areas that teams went to later in the rotations, and especially that junkyard area then was where from Regicide, after picking up the fight against 52 Rage, then eventually ended up picking up the win. But with no further ado, quite a standard flight path here. Fixes from the southern side towards the northern. I'm going to expect that circle to end up in the northwestern side. What do you think?
I mean, I would like it as well to go around somewhere around Power Grid or Creative Fields.
Ooh.
I think that could really satiate my hunger to see some teams really being in a very difficult spot. But the zone has been gracious enough to gift it away to SALTxi8 again, a circle that they really need to capitalize, right? Because I mean, the third game was really good for them. They managed to get that third spot, but the conversation comes down. I mean, that was their game that they should have gone and won, and could have gotten a lot of kills over there. And they had done everything right towards the very end. They kind of messed up a little bit. But I mean, just off topic, how well versed with Spanish you are?
I would say maybe like a 3 out of 10.
So what does Hacienda del Patron means?
Oh, I have no idea, man. What is it 3 out of 10? I do know Patron is also the name of really good tequila, but I don't think that's conversation to have, because right now Destroyer is getting destroyed.
Oh, that's not a way that Team QWERTY would be wanting to start the game. He was looking for. I think maybe he potentially could have just glitched out of his drop spot and did land somewhere else on planet Earth. And as a result of it, has kind of dealt with the brunt of it, because he was in no man's land. But for all the viewers out there, now this is one of those things that Ocean likes to bug in a lot, right? Hacienda del Patron. He'll go down and research that. It's called the House of the Boss, apparently.
Oh. I mean, that does make sense. I believe Hacienda, if I'm not mistaken, probably means the house, but like the way it looks too in the game, right? It looks like a big farm almost. So I wouldn't be surprised if, because in general across those multiple Latin-based languages, we do see words that are quite similar. But talking about similar, the drop locations of MetershotxSKY and Salt right now starkingly close, and with QR, with that 2-2 split on the drop lurking in the shadows, that Los Leones area could quickly turn into a bloodbath. Fixes.
You know, the last time I think in the second game of Miramar, I did see a lot of teams on the southern side, and this time I think the situation is no different. We do have Quantum Rage, we do have the North Esports, we do have SALTxi8, you know, all being in really good position of contesting, right? But you know, mostly the Lost Leonis circle we do get to see it goes two ways. Either it goes towards the eastern side of Los Leones towards those hills, or it kind of goes down south. Now, you know, this is where I'm gonna ask you to be a part of this prediction game, right? Where do you think the circle is gonna head out?
Oh,
What's your hunch?
the way it is situated right now, considering the fact that we wanted northwestern and it ended up being southeastern, I'm going to think of it like that. So I wanted to go towards the southeastern area, which makes me feel it's going to go towards the northwestern area.
Okay.
But northwestern is
Alright.
what I'm expecting, and it's where most of the teams are located. So that, like the southern side of San Martin, if we see maybe the circle go towards, we'll see a lot of the gatekeeping fights come out from teams
Yeah.
that are in that area, especially 3x, which is a team I actually want to talk about, Fixes, because 3x Esports, they've in the qualifiers, they were top 3, a team to really look out for coming into the league stage. But so far, they have put out quite a low run of form in this first stage. They're going to look to bounce back.
I think it's just the butterflies, right? It's just
Yeah.
nerve speaking because first time making it to such a big stage, right? Is an accomplishment in itself. All they need to do right now is settle themselves down. Now, how do you do that? You've got to start off first initially by playing a lot around the center, right? Try to not force a lot of fights rather than try to capitalize upon situations. Get yourself in the groove, right? Start doing the tango, and once you do that, that is where you're gonna find that confidence coming back again. You know, all they need is one good squad vibe, and I'm pretty sure they're good to go after that. Because if this sort of keeps on going, they're gonna start questioning themselves, and it's gonna get even worse. But you know, like a cutie pie that you are, you would want a circle to head around towards the northwest because a lot of teams are there.
Yeah.
But I'm way much sinister than you are, right? So I really want to see these teams, you know, battling it out, all you know, bruised and battered.
Oh.
So in that aspect, but quite some interesting situations happening. We do have Harry getting the better out of Sensi 2, as Shapatar is way far off from his teammate. Now this is where his brotherhood is going to be questioned. Is he going to take that big leap? Is he going to take that risk and go out to save his teammate? Or is he just going to watch him die?
Well, it seems like he's assigned the task to another teammate of his who's got that vehicle online. Mr. Black trying to get the revive on, but he just ends up being bait for Harry right here. Unfortunately, though, a few key shots do end up missing, so that should mean Mr. Black should get that revive on comfortably, and Team Grounders should be able to get back to the task of looting. And such is the case of Miramar. You might find a knock or two early, but it's quite hard to go for a slam in on the basis of that knock. But hold on, TmW, they don't care, they're going for it.
Oh, they definitely are. Look at Black. He's got to defend himself over here. TmW, two men pushing right at Black. He's still got that arm, which is pretty broken right now, but has taken some hefty amount of damage. This is the queue where TmW would be wanting to push. Now, how on earth are the players of Team Grounded are going to defend themselves over here as Black finally falls down, succumbs to his injuries over there as TmW, they're looking really promising.
They most certainly are, but they've got to finish off Team Grounders before backup ends up arriving, and they're trying to do exactly that. Big Boss, he'll knock down Sensei 2, and just like that, the two-man squad of Team Grounders that was here gets finished off. TmW now looking to use that time to heal themselves up, and I do wonder, is the backup ever going to come, or is it just the case of, well, cut your losses and run away from here from Team Grounders?
I mean, I think that could be the case with them, right? They've already been in a very dicey situation, but hold on. We've got two elephants colliding. It's Blade has managed to spot out the better of the players of Team QWERTY, who are apparently in such a dicey situation. He's just gonna spray out of nowhere, and well, hasn't really connected any shot though. Will receive Crypto, who comes in to help. Now, Crypto hasn't really risen up to the occasion. Now, this game of Miramar. Now, let me tell you something about Crypto. He's a beast in those mid-range encounters, right? Clearly, one of his weaknesses have been those short range duels, which he's been trying to take and hasn't, been receiving the better part of the pie. Has been taken down in the first game. The second game of Erangel, however, was a little bit unlucky for him because he was just traversing around where he just got knocked out. But look at Magnus; they're off to another beautiful start with Cronus opening things up. I think it was the boys from 3x. He found one knock over there, but look at XGeneration taking the southern route to make that rotation. Now, this is really beautiful.
Yeah, and a really interesting circle shift because going towards that southern side altogether. And look at the way, is that two airdrops at the Los Higos connecting island? Like, I'm not seeing things, right? Yeah, I think that's two airdrops stacked on each other, or at least one important airdrop right there. I wonder if any team... No! It's actually two! What? Okay.
Yeah, it happens. It happens sometimes, It's double trouble, is what I like to call it, because if you get your hands on that, then you're really good to go. But the worst thing over here, CA, is the fact that it's on the southern island, right? And who's gonna be ballsy now to really go out for that? And of course, it's gonna be highly rewarding, but still. Now taking a look at the grounders against TmW, I think TmW, that was some really amazing display of gun skills and bold moves from their side. But this is another knock that we witnessed from Cairo, just proning down with the Scarrel and getting a knock at such a far off range. Now, that's worth commending.
Oh, absolutely. And we got an AWM in one drop, and I believe a Groza in the other. But yeah, like you were saying, I think what I really liked from TmW was the conviction they showed. As soon as they realized Mr. Black was going for the resurrection, immediately went on the slam in, shut them down. That's the kind of conviction you want to see from a team that is stuck towards the lower half of the table. To try and bounce back from their results so far, to try and build on a strong front. TmW clearly doing exactly that with their initial run. We'll have to see if they can keep making it happen, because right now, heading towards the circle, they are in a comfortable spot. But the same couldn't be said for this heavy stack of teams towards this southern side of the circle at the edge of Los Leones. Quantum Rage, I see SCI8, I see North Esports, and I can also see FMxR3D going in from the east, TUF coming in from the west. This is a bloodbath waiting to happen.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just the calm before the storm, right?
Yeah.
All these teams positioning themselves in really good spot, but SALTxi8, I mean, they've caught quite a separation out there. Uzum just having that high ground. I think it's a 2-2 split, if I'm not wrong. We do have Blade along with Crypto, and we do have Coast along with Uzum. So ideally, I think the only reasoning behind this is to make sure that if the circle shifts down, it's kind of near them. But Oreo managing to get the better out of Blade, well, no trouble whatsoever, because you still have Uzum. If anyone from Team 3x tries to make a move, I think he's going to be shredded down with all that lead from up above by Uzum. But for now, I think nothing much happening, as Blade will be revved up by his teammate over there, as we do have MetershotxSKY heading in from that eastern side along with the circle, taking a little bit of damage, and finally they will find themselves inside the circle.
Yeah, and look at this. This with the circle finally getting to its very last edge. It's going to be interesting how it turns out. Ooh, talking about interesting, Oreo, like facing the odds, really shut down, got a knock right there. I mean, it didn't really end up being much. It did get revived instantly, but hey, I still appreciate the bravado to try and make that happen. But once again, the circle just taking a centralized shift, allowing these teams to sit in their nifty crooks, just go for those long-range battles. And it's not something we particularly love, I'd say, because we want to see this stack turn into a bloodbath. And hey, it seems like Star will turn my wish into reality.
I mean, he certainly almost tried, and I mean, the star coming in here. I mean, I'm really waiting out to see something from Usama or maybe Hunk, because these are those two players that I've also heard about a lot. But FMR3D, let's see, Pika again being one of the latest additions inside their roster. What does he have to offer? The third airdrop coming in, this is one of the weapons, see, I must tell you, has been forged by the devil himself, right? The Marker 14. And it's so loud that after the first bullet, the remainder of the bullets suddenly tend to get deafening, right? It's a beast on the longer range. It's a beast in even those mid-range, if you know how to spray your weapon. And in the short range, I think there's no weapon even nearly as close to be how devastating this really is. So, Zameen, I think again, seeing this play, one of my favorites from the Pakistani region. And haven't really seen a lot out of North Esports, have we?
Yeah, most definitely. And it's something I'm sure they look to correct, but talking about correcting, it's, I believe, Magnus in a fight with QWERTY right now. They've already downed and finished, actually, a player right here. So QWERTY just left with 2 members surviving. They'll look to just hightail it on out of there and cut their losses once again. And that seems to be a trend we're seeing emerge for all of these teams. The eliminations found here and there for quite a few teams. You can see TMW, one of them already picked up 3 points. Magnus as well getting themselves on board. And XGeneration looking to join them, but not able to land the shots. I will say though, they're quite spread apart, fixes XGeneration.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. I'm kind of interested to see how they're gonna recuperate with each other. But now, XGeneration, we've got to see what they've got to offer, considering how they were wiped out in the last game. But Zameen spotting out the better out of Ash. Now it's a 1v1 duel right in front of us. Right now, just initiated with a few grenades up and down, and Ash is just gonna retreat from around here. Maybe not, as I mean, he's trying to push in along with Maxi this time.
Oh, I can see the zone closing in just about 5 seconds. I'm curious to see if it's a centralized shift once again, or maybe a western shift. Nope. It is going to be that centralized shift once again, as it seems like the PUBG Mobile gods are just like, we will have some pity on the players this time, but XGeneration doesn't seem to want to do that. But oh my god, that player just escaped with barely any HP. By the skin of his teeth, he's got away, and he's going to be feeling quite lucky. But let's see if it is for much longer, because 3x and you can see 4v currently engaged in a fight. 3x seem to be getting the better of it, but the revive will be on. Again, a case of Miramar fixes where there's just so much ground to cover that we rarely see slammings happen instantaneously.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this particular moment, I must suggest you to hold on a little bit more, because they're gonna come down sooner or later, right? After the 4th circle starts closing in, mostly when the 5th circle begins. So that is where we're gonna see a lot out of that. Now, like we did anticipate earlier, right? The circle has taken a shift down south, and with QWERTY, I think one of those major issues has always been about getting caught off guard, right? They were just they were keeping themselves out of harm's way. They were sort of traversing around, and eventually Khan got picked up. Not a good way to go down, but right now we've got Oreo in quite a situation over there, and I mean, it's barely even possible that he can get back to his teammates. But hold on, we do have another fight. Start and end right away with MetershotxSKY Esports getting the better out of Quraysh Esports.
Yeah, once again though, it seems like for most of these teams it's coming down to those isolated fights right now. MetershotxSKY, they will be feeling quite pleased with themselves. Again, a team that didn't necessarily find the greatest of runs of form in the starting first few matches, but seem to be bouncing back right here. We're talking about bouncing back. Wait, was that a team Molotov gone wrong? Cairo going down. Magnus were engaged in a fight with TUF. Took the brunt edge of that utility, and now quite separated. So Cairo doesn't necessarily have that help. Respect has gone down to Joker, and suddenly Magnus, they're falling apart, fixes.
Oh yeah, I mean this is not good signs for them, right? But it's all right. It's something that they can take with their hearts out. But Mom2 still does not want to give up. Does manage to take one down, but from the back lines gets spotted down by Leon and will be taken down as TUF just trying to advance and confirm that kill. In fact, rather stealing it from the enemies. Now this is again classic Miramar, right? Fourth circle gone in. Just that one squad has been eliminated, but we've seen quite a lot of teams taking some early losses. Now, this is where we've come down to the point that we're going to witness a lot of fights starting to begin, and Adil certainly not in a comfortable situation anymore.
Oh, most definitely not. And right now, Adil, he's gonna look to claw his way out of this situation, because with the circle looking to finally close in, we're gonna have our next circle, and immediately I'm expecting for most teams our rotations will ensue. But ooh, look at this. Shapatar is being sneaky. He's gonna spot out Zam and take one down, but he's all on his lonesome, faced off against this entire squad of North Esports. Surely if Shapatar pulls it off, it'll be a play for one of those Oppo moments.
Oh yeah, it certainly could be, but right now Shapata still got a task in hand. He's got to deal with the entirety of the squad. Now for North Esports, they've got to make sure that they get back to their comrade over there as Shapatar. He's gonna try to rain in a few grenades, or not just him, but his teammates also chiming in as well. Now this is the moment that Shapata needs to make a move right when Amir is going up for that res, but I do not feel CA that he's got all the information to capitalize on.
Yeah, instead just looking to use that time to reposition himself and maintain.
Oh, Shapatar!
Oh, he's trying to just sneak away, but Crypto clearly he's got his eye on, heard the sounds of a fight going on, and well, Crypto, he's not going to run away from a fight if he can help himself.
Yeah, for a moment I really thought, those nades were coming up from his teammates just to realize it was SALTxi8 doing all that damage. Now this is where, SALTxi8, you would anticipate them to be capitalizing on this particular situation, try to put North Esports under some pressure, but at the same time, I mean, Uzum of course does manage to find that knock, but SALTxi8 need to realize that they've got to get back inside the circle. And that being said, as we are speaking, Team QWERTY has been eliminated early on yet again.
Exactly. Once again, Team QWERTY just not able to find that run of form. Magnus Esports as well joining them in that regard. It seems like this Miramar is the downfall of the better teams that we expected coming into this, the more accomplished ones, and the rise of those underdogs just the way you like it, Fixes. But amongst the underdogs is this one Titan. My prediction for the WWCD right here, STIA pushing on forward, trying to shut down North Esports, and they've done most of the job. They will look to finish it off right here with a vendor drop, and Crypto moving in for the slam. But on the other side, TMW eliminating 3x. It's fights all the way around the map of Miramar right now.
Oh yes, I mean, he knows he's got to make that push. He's done a really fantastic job and has managed to get the second knock as well. SALTxi8 absolutely baffled. But by what he did, the damage has been done. No matter, he falls down, but he goes down as a hero. That SALTxi8 are going to be kicking themselves in the foot for letting that happen. And boy, oh boy, what's wrong with SALTxi8 and their close range encounters, as Quantum Rage, IQ, rather with that beautiful grenade, takes down Hunk. He's got to make sure that he's going to buy enough time for his teammate, as JD also chimes in with a grenade of his own, as they're going to be pouncing over Team Star, and just in a jiffy, they get wiped out.
Yeah, and that does beg the question, right? Is it just an off day from a player like Crypto? Once again, like you mentioned, losing out in a close range battle that on any other day, objectively, we expect him to finish off by his lonesome. Just not able to make it happen today, though. We saw it in match 1, we're seeing it again, and it seems like the trend going to continue for SALTxi8. But talking about trends right now, Sirius, one of the standout players for Quantum Rage, trying to shut down Regicide on his lonesome. Does a bunch of damage onto Voltrox, but not able to find the knock as such. But Quantum Rage, I'd say, in a brilliant position with respect to this next circle coming up. A couple of their members are already on it. They're in a brilliant position to gatekeep Regicide while owning a significant portion that is like relatively the high ground in this circle.
Oh yeah, but now we've got to see, FMR3D. We're yet to see a lot out of this squad, but this has been a promising first start for them inside the map of Miramar. So sitting at the 15th spot, I believe, is not a really healthy sign as Hassan again gets knocked out by MetershotxSKY, who are absolutely on fire. They're doing really well. They have been getting a lot of finishes, and they're gonna try and continue doing that now as well. As Anubis also falls down. Now Pekka and Finisher, now they are susceptible to a push coming in through, but Meteor Shot gonna go in because if they do, they're gonna be stepping outside the zone a little bit, and that is something that I would never really recommend.
100%. It does look like it's turned into a bit of a util battle right here between Quantum Rage and Regicide as they're trading knocks here and there. Meanwhile, SALTxi8 in a bit of trouble as MetershotxSKY look to finish them off. And R3D looking to capitalize on all this chaos by shutting down Khatir. They do exactly that. Just third party as it seems like in the midst of all of that, TmW is getting shut down. MetershotxSKY now facing pressure from Regicide as well. And that southeastern side of the circle has turned into an absolute bloodbath as all of these teams look to get themselves a tiny corner of that circle. Every team has faced damage with that battle going on, with the sole exception of Regicide fixes. Look, all 4 members alive. Regicide in once again a great spot to take back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners on the maps of Miramar.
Oh yes, I mean this is something that they have been looking forward to. I mean the last game of Erangel was not really too pleasant for them, and this is such a good way to establish the domination, getting the second chicken dinner of the day in the second map of Miramar as SALTxi8 somehow still managing to cling on and clearly could do better on any different day. The way they've been playing, as this time was spotting out Uzim from miles afar, will manage to take him down, and this is the moment that R3G has been waiting out for, right? They've been alive, they've got all their players on flying colors, they've been delivering those kills, they have maintained a good position. All they've got to do is seal this off with a chicken dinner.
Yeah, exactly, and it's easier said than done right now because you see R3D, they get eliminated. SALTxi8 will go for the revive, I believe, right there. Blade will pick up his teammate, and just like that, SALTxi8 still very much in with a chance here in this top 4. 2 teams with just 2 members, 3 teams actually with just 2 members left, and you've got Regicide with 4 members, but they're in the worst possible position with respect to the circle. So I'd say no team with a clear-cut advantage with respect to who might end up getting the winner-winner chicken dinner, and that's exactly the way we like it, with no idea how it's going to turn out, especially now with Uzim picking up a knock onto Johnny, but Uzim's facing the pressure from the other side. 4v shutting him down, and just like that, Uzim now gonna have to try and revive Blade once again, but third party, Quantum Rage will look to now capitalize on this and maybe take away the high ground that 4v have taken for themselves.
Oh, absolutely well spotted, but just before he could think to do something like that, it's Voltrox who's managing to get a knock, but a trade coming nonetheless from Spark's side, as 4v they have gotten more than that they could have bargained for over here, making sure that they've made it to the top 3, but Quantum Rage getting wiped out from Regicide over here as they still managed to retain 4 of their players. Now, they've been putting up such a strong show. Now it's a 4v2v2 situation, and you could clearly see R2G, they have the better of the circle, but it's gonna be the boys from 4v who are enjoying that high ground.
Yeah, exactly, and the team in the most trouble is SALTxi8, but they've held on against all odds so far, just clawing out as many placement points as they can. So it's going to come down to them trying to continue to do that, while 4v look to inflict some damage onto the boys of Regicide. Now the next circle has shown up, and it seems like it is just again a centralized shift, which will take away a significant portion of this high ground for 4v They're going to have to move in, whereas for Regicide, look at that, they've got that small shack. Could be the ultimate cover you need in the final battle.
Oh yeah, I mean this certainly is it, right? The way this thing has shifted, I think ideally
Oh,
R3G
look at
would be
Blade.
wanting for VD TFT to go up against STI8, and that is exactly that has happened. Blade managing to get not just one but the
Oh my
other one
god.
as well. All right, it does come out of Uzum. Now this is the point that R3G know that they've got a strike. It's just a 2v4 situation for them. Blade and Uzum right in front of them, and Johnny making sure he gets a break on his former teammate. Would want to be hungry to get Blade as well, but they indeed do that. It's gonna be Johnny who does the job again, and well, T20 R3G. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Regicide again. They have managed to get their hands on the second chicken dinner of the evening, and it's a back-to-back success in the map of Miramar. Clearly, was stepping it out. This is what I would like to see from a complete team, right?
Yeah.
Regicide, right amount of aggression. They know when to notch it down a little bit. They know how to capitalize on situation. They have come in well prepared.
Exactly, and the fact that they move together as a unit just enables them to do so many different things so well, really making sure that they're able to pull off moves from the edge of the circle where they're not in a great spot at all to areas where then they're able to take good spots for themselves. And similarly for STI8, you have to wonder if Crypto and Ghost don't lose that 2v1 fight, if they don't end up dying right there, does it become much more of a close encounter in that top 2 battle? And Crypto's going to be feeling the pressure, that's for sure, Fixes, because that's the second time today he has fallen under the mark.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely dealing with the brunt of it, right? Clearly not the Crypto that I've seen or that I really would want to see. But I think he can do a lot better than this. He's got to take his lessons the hard way, right? He's clearly realized that, teams have improved by aeons. And you talk about improvement, look at Johnny Boy go. I mean, this is such an interesting storyline, right? See, now Johnny was one of the primary players of I8. I do not know what happened. I think he wanted to try from a different lineup. I do not know the story behind that. But what a way to just go in, finish his own former teammates out, and get a chicken dinner. That must be feeling a little bit more satisfying when you try to do that, right? But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading for a short little break. After that, we would have Lakshay joining with you guys.
Go. It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
All right, say, well, it's you and me back again for the final game, dude.
Yep.
Take us through this
I think
Miramar game. What do you think,
very
dude?
interesting. I believe our feed currently is facing a bit of a technical issue, but that's okay. We're back into that gladiator arena. Blotter and the discussion back to that match 4. We were casting the first Miramar that Regicide were able to pick up the chicken dinner on. They've done it once again in the second. Clearly a map where they are looking extremely strong, but the MVP actually going to go to Blade, who put up a phenomenal performance against all odds with just 2 members remaining. 902 damage, 6 eliminations. Blade clearly showing why SALTxi8 is one of the top teams out there.
Definitely, dude. As Maximus and Mike, it is definitely looking pretty neat with 6 elimination points, as so perfectly mentioned by you, along with, of course, 902 damage. Blade, I mean, not only Blade, from the side of SALTxi8 itself, this was the game that this team was waiting for with 9 total elimination points, along with, of course, the placement points. This is the kind of game that I8 needed to boost their morals and push themselves up and get themselves all the way into the sweet spot of that overall storyboard that we have. But on the other front, as we move on to the top players, we do have Regicide as Vaz with 5 elimination points, along with 546 damage in only 26 minutes. Now, that's another thing to actually point out, right? Now, this game of Miramar, I noticed around about 16-minute marker is where you actually started to see first fights, and then 18-minute marker onwards, there were fights taking place all across the lobby. But till then, it was dead drop silence in the desert.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's really become the trend for Miramar. Even the region of Pakistan can't really avoid it. And to be fair, that is exactly what we want from these teams. An ability to maintain that identity in terms of aggression, but tactically, be smart about it, be able to pull it off. In terms of the top players, you can see very well distributed as well. I think for me, though, what really stands out is the 3rd, 4th, and 5th player. 4VXTFD, XGeneration, and TMW finding their way onto there. All 3 teams that did not necessarily find success in the earlier parts of the day, now stepping up a little bit more as they look to push forward and get some points on the board on their road to the Super Weekend.
Definitely. As we move on through to the match summary, we do have i8 Blade with highest damage as well as the highest elimination points coming into his favor. Along with that, as we move on towards the side of the longest distance elimination, it is going to be Edgar from the side of TUF. Now, when we go down to the open moments, there is a moment that I do want to bring out from the side of TUF as they took that fight against Magnus, because that one was amazingly set up from the side of TUF. Utilities definitely on point, pushing Magnus onto the back heel. As they did so, that TUF's member was already waiting, I think it was Joker, and just bringing down a perfect spray, taking down the point for themselves against the players of Magnus. Just a wonderful approach from the side of TUF, particularly in that fight that I'm remembering. But those sort of moments need to be repeated again and again, and that is where we can definitely see that hope that TUF will come back to their strides and look comfortable in the overall ranking.
Yeah, 100%. And I think really what is especially key is the fact that TUF look to continue that reign of form, because they've been a mid-pack team so far today. I'd say you can see in terms of the match ranking as well. Again, 5th on the board, and it's not too bad when you're consistently towards the middle of the table. You're almost guaranteeing your spot in the Super Weekend, and that's where you really want to peak. But talking about peaks, 2 Miramars, 2 chicken dinners for Regicide. They are going to be in a very comfortable spot to get their way into that first Super Weekend.
Absolutely, and as you move on through with the list, we've got the Grounders sitting on that 14th spot, Team QWERTY sitting on the 15th, along with Magnus on that 16th. I mean, such big names that are just not finding the light of the day right here on day number 1. Not looking too... all right, let's not get down to that road, right? It's just day number 1. Let's not get gloomy. It's just maybe, like Fixer said, maybe some cold feet, or maybe they're just trying to find out what is the lobby up to, what exactly are those kind of rotations that the lobby is making now. Another point to bring up as the teams that we mentioned are not doing good, TMW, a team that kind of did pretty neat compared to the way they started the day. TMW in this one decently were able to walk away with the elimination points working in the favor, along with just 1 placement point. That's okay, but they did take on that fight right off the bat, and that was, I think, against Grounders, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why they might be a little bit disappointed, because they looked very well set up after the initial fight to get a lot more from this matchup. But hey, it's a decent start, like you say. And I think for them, it's about building on this start. So we'll see if they're able to do it in their later matches. And I really hope to continue on this front, because in the earlier part of the day, they weren't really looking like they started off on the strong front. Like mostly, I think, from a lot of these teams, it is butterflies that we're expecting. But looking at that zone analysis, I think at this point it really did come down to that southern edge of Los Leones, and that battle that did ensue. It was like a domino effect that got triggered when one team started a battle. There was back-to-back other teams chiming in, stealing kills, and really picking up eliminations for free, and it led to fight after fight after fight.
So true, and this is something I think you mentioned during the cast as well. When it comes down to the zone, this time the zone was very comfortable. I mean, it was very comfortable for the teams, yet so very aggressive, because it kept on constricting onto itself, forcing the teams to get closer and closer amongst the cluster that we can already see on the map. And that is what resulted in so many fights that were forced, all thanks to the zone constricting onto itself as well. And as we move on through to this moment, now this is where we can see the side of Regicide looking very comfortable, as they do have the information around as to what exactly is going on in the vicinity. They do have that altitude advantage, height advantage, as they're on that hill, and as they progress on to get in the zone, till the time they do, again, so many other teams have already taken on the fight that yep, here we have it.
Yeah, exactly.
On one side, and yeah,
it really did come down to very clinical moves from Regicide, and this is what I was talking about. Their position over here was so bad for this circle, but they moved together as a unit. They took out Quantum Rage first, and then they were able to capitalize on 4VTFD, eventually shutting down STI8 for the win. The fact that they played so well together, I think, bodes really well for the team going into the rest of the PMPL Pakistan.
Oh, it so does. It so most certainly does. But let's just keep our fingers crossed that this being day number 1, let's not jinx it for the entirety of the next remaining 3 weeks, right? So day number 1, definitely. I mean, these certain few of these teams are making a lot of stride. But as we move on through to the final game of the day, where we'll again be not looking at. In fact, we're not going to be looking at Group A this time around. So we don't have I8, who have had a decent gameplay in this one. So we'll see what sort of a overall standing where they find themselves in. Along with that, we've got Quantum Range, who are not going to be playing Quraysh Esports, as well as TmwEsports. So another phenomenal turn of events for the side of TmwEsports, because they needed these sort of points for themselves as they close the day off.
Yeah, exactly. They really did need a healthy set of points to try and find before the end of the day, especially considering the fact that they had that slow start. And considering the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think they're going to be, they're not going to be playing in the final match. So this was their last match of the day, and it will mean that they can go away thinking that, hey, not ideal yet, but still not bad. And I think try to build onto that with the rest of the days that we've got, and hopefully make it to Super Weekend, because that's where it really will matter. That's where you can get the points to try and make it to the finals. But looking through the rest of the Oppo moments, I think what we really did notice at the start of the match of Miramar was a lot of long range fights, as we're saying, teams trying to capitalize on that. And then it turned, like you said, into the small constricted circle where teams were struggling to breathe for air and were forced to move together as a unit. And the more teams were caught isolated, like for example Magnus getting caught isolated from multiple angles, the more they were punished.
Definitely, and this is where Shapta tried to kind of survive the Brent coming in from their opponent, but was again just a one-man squad on the other front from the side of Team Star. This is just not the play that we anticipated from the way that this team was actually looking forward to play their day number 1. Again, same can be said for Team QWERTY as well, both the Team Star as well as Team QWERTY. But this is where things went completely off the rail for the side of I8, where Zameen all by himself was able to give massive 2 blows to the side of I8, where they were left with the Uzum and Blade, just the 2-man squad. So yeah, till then they had already accumulated the 5 elimination points, so kind of worked out okay for them, for their side. And by the end of the game, we did see them get more points. But had they been able to just take the player Samin down, they could have had this game for themselves.
Yeah, 100%. And I think for all of these teams, it was a matter of making this map count. I think again, like Vixus mentioned, SALTxi8, this was their final match of the day, so they'll be moderately content with the fact that they were able to get that second spot. I think again, it's a team that is going to want more, so we'll see if they're able to build onto tomorrow. But for now, I think they'll be content, because as long as they don't completely mess up tomorrow, it does sort of get them into a comfortable position to try and secure that Super Weekend spot. Similarly for Regicide as well. And Quantum Rage, a team that has been slowly sneaking up the standings and finding themselves in decent situations, albeit never in a commanding position. So I think that's what they're going to try to find in the ensuing days. But for now, going into the final match of Erangel, we're going to have groups B, C, D, E battling it off to get that final chicken dinner on day 1.
Absolutely, and to let our viewers know, when it comes down to what is this league play and what is the Super Weekend, if you're joining in for the first time, basically what we're looking at is 2 days of league plays, day number 1 being today, day number 2 tomorrow. 5 total games being played each day, in total 10 games, and in those 10 games, 20 teams are playing, all 20 of them are going to be playing. Only top 16 move on into the Super Weekend, and the Super Weekend is where the points count. So the Super Weekend is what this entire journey that they're doing right now and tomorrow is going to be all about. With that, as we move on down to the damage graph, look at that damage graph, 2100 crisp and clean from Quantum Rage.
Yeah, 100%. I think really clean coming out from Quantum Rage. With respect to the fights, I think the only thing they need to step up with regards to is their rotations. It's something they've been having trouble with continuously, where they win fights, but then they're caught off guard in their rotations and not really able to get themselves into a comfortable spot. And it's all about balance, really. If you want to make it to that top spot, get that chicken dinner. So I'm sure these players will get it, because, of course, again, this is just day 1. You're not looking to peak on day 1 right here. If anything, you're looking to peak on the Super Weekends, where you're able to secure the points for the finals. So these league players, it's all about just ironing out the kinks, finding that flow, and then making it count in the Super Weekend.
So very well spread, because again, when it comes down to the strategies, there are only so many strategies they can showcase to the lobby before you jump into the super weekend. So one approach that we've seen from the side of team H2E is just try and work towards those placement points. As we can see, as we do see H2E find themselves on that 8th spot with 18 placement points with only 5 elimination points. I mean, nothing taken away from them. They're sitting on that 8th comfortable spot. They play the same game tomorrow. They're going to be top 16 and they'll hunky dory into the super weekend. So pretty neat sort of a play style. But again, for the side of this first page, all right, it is all right. It is perfectly all right for them to be sitting here because of the playstyle that they've showcased. But as you move on to the second page, that is where I want to draw the conversation towards, because this is where teams that find themselves, well, look at that, 20th position, 3x Esports, Team Star on 19th, XGeneration, Team QWERTY, 52x Rage. These are not the kind of teams we want to be seeing below that 15th position marker, but we do find themselves, and with only a single digit total point that they've been able to accumulate in 3 games that they've played. So
Yeah.
if this is not the game that they're able to bring themselves back again, then tomorrow is going to be very, very difficult. Like mindset, I mean, you're a player as well, and you know how critical it gets and how jittery it gets, because you're not able to accumulate that much for your teammates.
Yeah, you start feeling really pressured and your palms are getting sweaty, and there's no ideal
Right.
environment whatsoever, especially for those bottom 4 teams, because they're going to be in a lot of trouble going into the second day as they try to make their mark to try and find themselves into the super weekend. But hey, they've all got one more match remaining. Every single one of them will be playing in this match 5 of Erangel. So we'll see if all of them are able to make it count right now and find themselves, if not like really with a chicken dinner, I think that might be too much to ask, at least with a top 5 finish, so they can catapult themselves into that top 10, if not top 10, at least the 11-12 position where they're feeling a lot more comfortable going into day 2.
Well, I just want to see a straight to 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. I just want to see a straight. That's all I'm going to say. But said more than I should have. Finally, when it comes down to the map of Erangel, any predictions from you, dude? What, or rather, not predictions. What team would you want to see get on to that top chicken dinner, or maybe in the top 5?
Oh, I really want to see QWERTY step it up. I think they've had some
I would agree.
a little bit of bad luck in their rotations. They've decent fights, not really, again, not up to the mark of what we expect, because they were the winners of the qualifier coming in. So I want to expect more from them, but I have this weird feeling that there's going to be QWERTY once again coming back for the win, because it's a team that looks so damn consistent.
Okay, well. If that's going to be the case, then this is definitely a different QWERTY approach that we're seeing from the side of QWERTY indeed. But let's find out. Let's find out if that hypothesis comes true or not.
Yeah, 100% now. We will be heading into the final match of day 1 of PMPL Pakistan Spring 2022 League stage. It's the day 1. It's every team looking to finish this day off on a strong note, and the PUBG Mobile gods as well are giving us a pretty cool flight path, which for me, this flight path instantly screams Sosnovka Circle. So give it to me, please. Give me a Sosnovka Circle. Seems like we've run into a little bit of a technical issue with Blotter, but that's okay. We'll be continuing on in the meantime, and it looks like, again, the standard draw for most of the teams. MetershotxSKY will head on over towards Nova Ripnoi, I believe. I wonder which team will end up taking that final spot, the Sosnovka spot, and potentially even a great position in the circle, depending on what does end up coming out.
True. I mean, you were just getting around the corner. You're hinting it to the viewers. Now, you see, if I8 is not in the lobby, there's no Hulk in the lobby who's going to try and take on the military base. I mean, they all know it's I8. So even if they're not in the lobby, nobody's going to be interested to go down there. On the other front, we do have the zone. A very interesting zone being drawn right here. The first one altogether itself, where we do have just one team that I believe is going to be MetershotxSKY, that is finding themselves down to the region of No Reply. And right off the bat, in the first 2 minutes of the game itself, we do have a few shots being taken place, and it seems that was the Grounders against Freestyle Black for now, as he gets himself just the 9-1 1911. And well, yeah, again, I mean, not the perfect start for them, but thankfully same can be said for the grounders, as they have a vehicle but they've got no weapon for themselves.
Yeah.
So they're going to easily back out of there.
Yeah, not really seeing any drop contestation so far. We are seeing that Eastern Circle turnout, so my hopes and dreams in the Sosnovka Circle have gone out of the water. But hey, I'll tell you what, still that Sosnovka bridge into the mainland, the right hand side, the Eastern bridge, very much a point, very much a important point right here, especially with a lot of teams towards the farm and Milta areas, and Novoripnoy is occupied currently by MetershotxSKY, so maybe some of these teams hang around to try and gatekeep that bridge.
It could be. On the other front, if we could go to the map just for a second, Director, I just want to draw the attention of our viewers towards the rotation that is being showcased from the side of grounders. I mean, you can see, right, that is just absolutely absurd kind of a rotation being showcased from the side of grounders, where they've got a two-man split, I think, and they are miles apart. Same can be said for the side of 52x Rage up north towards the region of Yasnaya, and I'm not entirely sure what exactly is the exact reason for these teams wanting to go for a two-man split. And I mean, all right, it's fine to have a two-man split with a scout in front who will give you the audio cues and let you know information, but that massive jolt is pretty risky, I would say.
They're leaving the circle too, so it's quite interesting. They're just in search for loot pretty much, which is fair, because the circle itself is quite populated currently, whereas the areas they're going to are not so much so. But we'll have to see if this does end up costing them later into the match, where they'll have to come back into the circle and teams will have already found comfortable spots. Talking about comfortable spots, of course, FMxR3D in one such themselves around the Rozok area, trying to find themselves some key loot before they engage in their own rotations. I do notice on Hassan's screen he spotted out a Bucky just now, so I'm sure he'll make his way onto there real quick. But again, a team that we've had our eye on throughout Clarity, and of course that IGL Teen Wolf here, looking to make their mark. They're in Georgopol right now. Blotter quite far away from the circle, but quite near TUF, so a fight may ensue real quick.
It is possible, but then again, they're at that comfort zone, right? They always, I mean, Clarity Esports, they love to go down to that Georgopol region, and they know the ins and nooks and corner of all of the entirety of that region. So if at all TUF tries to take on the fight, well, best of luck to them, but we shall see if that'll be the case. Not wanting to choose sides at all. It could very well be TUF taking on a tough fight, because that's what we saw them take in the previous game. So very much a possibility, but will that be allowed or not as we move on down to the vicinity that's going to be taken on from TUF? We do have them getting closer and getting comfortable in the hospital region. We've got Virus, who is again from the side of course TUF, with one total elimination done with total 200 damage. So again, TUF, they've had an okay day. Some ups, a lot of downs, but that's absolutely fine, because this is just day number 1 as we move on across from one team player to the next. All of them are contributing. I mean, even if it's just one knock point, one elimination point, to all the way to 10 elimination points, they're all taken on the roles that they have chosen to be a part of that team. And that's what synergistic team is. You choose a role, you play your role to perfection, and automatically the team will benefit from it.
Oh yeah, 100%. And it really does come down to finding that right balance within your team for those roles, and complementing each other to a large extent.
Which again is a wonderful conversation to have, because as an IGL, right, that is one of the most important critical things that you want to be able to do. Utilize your players to their own abilities. One could be an all-rounder, but at the same point of time, you do know as an IGL that this guy's instinct is definitely going to be like this, faced in this sort of a situation, and that's where you want to have him be the scout or be the assaulter or whatever the case might be, right? So that becomes very, very crucial. And again, when it comes down to these teams and the IGLs that you were just mentioning about Clarity, let's bring that player up. Teen Wolf. That dude has been so very careful in terms of the way he's curated Clarity in their gameplay from one tournament to the next.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think Teen Wolf has been a crucial part of Clarity's success in throughout their journey so far, and especially in their matches today, in the way they're able to get the chicken dinners. And of course for them, they're going to look towards Teen Wolf to lead them, but of course also players like Zibian who have been extremely prolific with their firepower in making those moves happen. But talking about making the moves, Freestyle right now doing exactly that with the rotations going on as all of the teams head onto the circle real quick. Not surprisingly so, it is actually the grounders got the most further back because they left the circle plot. I'm not sure again why.
I really again wanna have the directors bring up the map just for a few minutes if you could, or maybe after we've got done with this fight, because we've got a crazy fight taking place right here where it is gonna be R3G's Johnny taking on the fight to the face of 4v TFD. Now TFD have already received one knock, I believe, and Voltrix was almost brought down to his knees. He's taken a lot of damage, does not want to be able to take the health, and definitely going to be utilizing just those bandages to slowly heal himself up on the other front. When it comes down to TFD, it is also a precarious situation that they find themselves in because their compound has pretty much been surrounded. If not surrounded, I mean, it has pretty much been given away. And on the receiving end, they find themselves against the players of Regicide who are just preparing for the all-on assault that they're going to be bringing. But Wendless onto that flank angle. Wendless is the man of the hour if TFD is able to retaliate against this push. But as of now, it seems like they want to be able to take it chill. They want to be able to take it low-key. And Regicide is just wanting to keep an eye out as to what exactly is happening because, again, teams do find themselves in the comfort of the zone. Or maybe I was wrong and TFD's Leon OP, what was that, dude? Running out in the open without any utility. That's just, yeah, inviting bullets to your head, and that's exactly what has happened, sadly.
Yeah, it seems like that's exactly where 4v TFD will get stuck as well in this situation. Thankfully for them, they are in the circle, but if they end up being in a stalemate for much longer, it could attract the attention of teams like MetershotxSKY, potentially even QWERTY, who are quite close by. And as you can see on the circle, on the map, the circle taking an eastern shift once again will put a lot of pressure into teams like Magnus, where at the same time, the teams we just saw, 4v TFD, they're in a comfortable spot, they just get to hold their ground.
They do for now. And on the northern front, dude, we've got Clarity taking a rotation as we've got 52X right next to them making that rotation as well. And it is going to be an all-out assault. Why? Well, maybe not, in fact, is what I should say, because we've got 4 vehicles being utilized from the side of 52X Rage. Same is the case for the side of Clarity as well. So maybe they either stop or they just keep on NFSing through that rotation as they make it from the eastern front, my apologies, northeastern front. On the other side of the map, we've got MetershotxSKY close to the shelter. In fact, they are going to be utilizing the shelter itself and getting themselves set up within its vicinities, as again, I mean, shelter is looking pretty comfortable in the zone, and they're just going to hold on to those angles and see if at all any other team will try and contest that shelter against them.
Ooh, it does seem like might just happen with this fight here, right here. R3D going for the finish, runs over Usama, while his team seems to be just hightailing out their star Hunk, just trying to save on to his dear life, but he's been spotted by Hassan. I'm sure he's going to go in for the kill, whereas on the other side, Emerge is under pressure by XGeneration. Team Star quite separated and they're paying the price.
Oh, they are paying the price big time. I mean, Team Star, this is the team that we were talking about earlier as well. But before we do so, XGeneration have also set up their crosshairs on a different front altogether. But before they forget, they do have, of course, to take care of that one dude. And Emerge has been brought down thanks to the nade being brought on from Thug. And that Thuggy nade has definitely allowed Team Star's, I think it's the final player, God Fury, if I'm not mistaken, who seems to be running away from the situation and running into the crosshairs of the teammates, or rather not teammates, my apologies, or of his opponents and XGeneration. Well, this team is coming alive. We did talk about the team that they should do a lot more in this final game, and they are doing so comfortably. They haven't been able to get the elimination point. There we go. The first defeat point coming into the favor of XGeneration for the game. 11.5 minutes in, close to the prison area, is where they open their banks for the kill feed. On the other side, MetershotxSKY now against the crosshairs of Magnus, and in this small little trench that MetershotxSKY find themselves in, this is not going to be good. No bueno indeed, and Magnus is definitely going to be bringing in a lot of blows to the face, but MetershotxSKY somehow, a Venture OP still surviving, still holding on quite strongly and bringing in a lot of sprays against Adil as well as Momtu. It's not, yeah, it was Momtu. What a player, dude. What an amazing player. He held on strong for quite some long time, but indeed, Magnus were looking, or in fact are looking to be able to probably get this win for themselves if Maxi does not intervene.
Ooh, Momtudo seems to want to finish it off. Maxi doesn't seem
Maxi's gone.
to be in a great spot to finish it. Yeah, exactly. And Maxi will just make the smart decision and get on out of there to try and find maximum points for his team. But actually, seems to instead going to look for the flank, gets out of the car and just gets shut down instantly. I'm not even sure by whom. Oh, it was by Pika. Like, okay,
Why?
okay.
Why would you do that, dude? Come on. Okay, alright. He just was not happy that his team was brought down so vicariously, and it was like, alright, mate, I am not going to be able to survive here for long. I am going along with my team. And thus, we've got 15 teams remaining. We've got 56 players, 12 and a half minutes in. Teams are looking pretty good. I mean, R3D right now have already confirmed 4 defeats already confirmed for their side. So a decent play from them. Magnus have also confirmed at least 1 if not 2 confirmed elimination points for the side as well. So a GG play being showcased. But as of now, all the other teams are just taking a slow, low-key approach. But when we move on to the zone itself, the zone is constricting and more forcing these teams to take on these fights. As we can clearly see, R3D push on along Magnus's position.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Now R3D, they look like in a great position to pin Sir Magnus right here and shut them down for respect. He's going to try to set up some util to try and damage R3D before they get a chance to do so. And they've taken a ton of damage themselves. You know, respect has gotten knocked out, but the instant trade out coming through from Pika will mean just a 1-for-1 knock right now for both of these teams, as Momtu looks to become the X factor, the difference maker, move on forward, but he's been taken down. I believe that will be the end of Magnus in this match right here. FMR3D stepping up, and with that squad eliminate as well, getting a lot of points on board for themselves.
Absolutely, R3D definitely eliminating Magnus right there with 14 teams remaining, 50 players alive. Regicide also moving across the entirety of the map, slowly and steadily getting some decent amount of elimination points for themselves. 2 already confirmed as of now on the other front, as we did just see. R3G, they are comfortable. They are definitely comfortable. But what I do want to see is which team have they pincered down, and that's going to be the side of TUF. Okay, the team in yellow is TUF, and right close to the vicinity now, H2E's Dread also jumps into the arena. Dread is definitely going to be cooking that nade, but it is not going to be given in a lot of damage, but it seems like Joker's utility could or might have, but it is just a Molotov. I thought it would be a nade, but that's okay for now. But of course, it is tough luck for the side of TUF because they are just pincered down. One side H2E's Dread, other side is going to be R3G.
Look at this now, once again. H2E, we've seen this trend from them throughout the day. They're a team that has focused mostly on placement points, not looking to take risky fights unless they have a guaranteed win. And it seems like they found themselves a guaranteed win right here on Joker. They shut him down, eliminate Team TUF, is get them that early point as well as a better position in that circle. Meantime, QWERTY seems to be making moves towards them, while 3x and R3G Regicide are nearby. So H2E, they might be in a little bit of trouble, and this is where working together as a unit is so important. But as a unit, actually, I noticed on the kill feed, Freestyle's been taken down, 52x Rage shutting them down.
Absolutely, what a perfect play being showcased from the side of 52x Rage, and same can be said from the side of H2E as well. As soon as they jumped in there to take on the fight, they did get 2 elimination points for themselves, but as soon as they were naded upon, they realized, all right, we've asked for a bit more that we could choose, so they hunkered down, went back, and that is where H2E try and get those placement points. This is rather how they try and get those placement points working for themselves. But sitting in the center is going to be R3G, looking pretty comfortable in the zone, but a little spread out is what I would say. Then again, we shall see if that spread out approach is going to be able to favor them or not. And with that, the first blood situation that was showcased right here, and this is not looking good because Freestyle, even though they've had a decent day, for this final game, they are taking in a few hits themselves as well.
Oh, it most certainly seems like that, and it seems like, again, QWERTY, this is the team we talked about, Blotter, a team that we wanted to see step up to the mark, and they are trying to do that right now, but the circle doesn't necessarily favor them, so they're going to have to make some quick moves. Similarly, for 3x Esports, again, a team that hasn't found their run of form on day one, but a team that most definitely has potential because they are a team that finished top 3 in the qualifiers for the PMPL itself. So they'll be looking to make some quick moves, find themselves in a good point in the circle. and make sure that they are in a comfortable position to close it off. And really, one of the players that could make it happen is that one on the screen right there, Oreo. But looking overall, you can see right now it's just R3D with 7 elimination points, 4 players alive that look like they're in the most comfortable of spots, especially when you consider the circle as well, because I believe their path into the circle was quite easy. They've already taken northern control, so for them it's just going to be a matter of simply continuing on in this manner, finding their way in a form, potentially even that winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely, that's what I'm also keeping my fingers crossed for as well for the side of R3G, but that is only if they try and play it safe, because otherwise they're, I think, a bit too outnumbered, and they don't really have a safety of a compound basically. But moving away from that situation, XGeneration, this game we have seen them take on a pretty decent amount of fights, and it seems like the Psycho is going to be pushing on to try and get his rival to the teammate Jaydeep, or maybe it is just to get some information. As they do, we do have 52x Rage up front. There will be smoke popped, and Jaydeep will be tried to rescue from the side of XGeneration. But we look onto the minimap, we've got that pink team that is going to be so very close to their position. That's going to be 52x Rage, and it seems like Thug is very well equipped and prepped to be able to take on the retaliation being showcased or tried from the side of 52x Rage, and in doing so, 52x Rage have been pincered down quite a lot, where indeed only a one-man squad is remaining, and that's going to be Rage's Pain. But what is one man going to be able to do against the three-man squad, who are going to be a four-man army in just a couple of seconds?
Does look like XGeneration in quite a bit of trouble right now. JD trying to find himself some cover. Will get the healing on, and it seems like will be left alone right now, at least. With the rest of his squad nearby, shouldn't be an issue, should be able to hold on. Whereas on the other side, you can see QWERTY trying to move in from the eastern side. They will face trouble from 4VTFD as the circle as well as takes the eastern shift right in the midst of Clarity, who've got themselves a compound already in a great position in the circle. Will look to capitalize on this and gatekeep some of the teams from taking control of that urban area right there.
They definitely can, but another team to mention is going to be the side of R3G, as they have the eastern front, western front of the zone. Even though they're not in the compound yet, they do have the numbers advantage. I mean, Insane is making his way to get into the zone only until unless he gets caught off guard from the side of H2E, who's right behind on his feet. He should be able to get the numbers advantage in the side of R3D, but we shall see what the case will be, because as you so perfectly mentioned, I mean, for the side of Clarity, they have the compound working for them. On the other front, Team QWERTY, a team we wanted to see a comeback from, well, here it is. Was kind of and it's gone. Never mind. There's no conversation to be had for Team QWERTY. Let's not jinx anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately for QWERTY, it doesn't seem like it is working out right now. But Regicide actually feeling the pressure from H2E. Assad has knocked one player down, I believe. Should be revived instantly, Johnny, by Insane. But Regicide will just delay their rotation, that teensy little bit, but that's okay because they're already in the circle. What they could face trouble from though is R3D, who are moving in towards them. But on the other side, XGeneration now looking to capitalize on that northeastern front of their circle, but they're instead being turned on by Clarity as well as 3x at the same time, while 52x Rage get eliminated. So now really Clarity are the gangsters in the circle. They've got a really important part of it for themselves, and they're punishing every team on all fronts. They're able to fight on multiple angles at the same time, and it's going to come down to one team making the decision to slam in onto them and punish them and make that fight happen. Otherwise, our Clarity will keep dominating in this circle.
Either that side, or maybe it could be the zone itself moving away from their position, right? It could be a possibility. As we talk about that, teams just dropping down like flies. We had 10 teams as I started talking, and now we've got 8 teams remaining. Team Star getting eliminated with 0 points to them. As team, we've got 8 teams remaining. We've got 4VTFD, who have found themselves the compound right here, but Team QWERTY right around the vicinity are trying to take on the charge. But will they be allowed to do so? They are a 4-man squad, looking pretty comfortable. Gravity, Destroyer from one side, Khan and Wolverine from the other, but will they be allowed to take on the fray and allow this compound to be theirs? Because they're not just the only ones, there are also other teams around in the vicinity, and the third parties, well, there you got XGeneration. Just the Thug, he has been spraying onto that position of 3x for such a long time, finally delivering that massive blow and eliminating them, thus leaving us with only 7 teams 21 minutes in.
Yeah, exactly, and it does seem like for all of these teams it's coming down to just working together as a unit if they're able to find that key place in the circle. QWERTY right now trying to take over this compound, in control of 4VTFD, who are quite split apart. Two players in this shack right here, just holding on for dear life, barely dodging that utility, but QWERTY setting up these crossing smokes, able to get in, and 4VTFD, they cannot afford to be split up, they cannot afford to get caught off guard, because if QWERTY take over this compound, they get a really important part of this next circle for themselves, the entire eastern front in their control. This battle may just decide which team makes it to that top 3.
Oh, what a perfect nade. What a perfect nade from Dani coming in from the completely different compound. Definitely stopping the wall, the wonderful push being showcased on the side of Team QWERTY. And in doing so, it is Dani coming to the rescue. And QWERTY not looking too good. Destroyer finally takes down Dani. In doing so, now it's all up to Wolverine. Destroyer, are they going to push on? There's only one man remaining in there. That's going to be Vendless TFD with his Scarlet in his hand. But it is... my apologies, not Wendless, it is Washi who is all by himself, but this seems like will not be the case, as Leon OP will be given that revival, and well, Wolverine have given some time to TFD to pinch it down the fort once again.
Yeah, exactly, and it does seem the case of either team not being able to necessarily make a decisive move so far. 4VTFD holding on for dear life. You see Danny has been taken down on the other front though, so this could be a key moment for QWERTY to try and make the move happen, but 4VTFD, they're playing with each other right here. Leon OP as well as Vash trying to hold on, but both of them taken frighteningly low. Exact moment for QWERTY to move in. They've got the nade cooked and moving in at the same time, but Destroyer backs out at the last moment. They're giving time to 4VTFD for the heal, and the heals have come in. Leon OP still stuck in a corner. They need to clear out room by room. They're doing exactly that, but caught off surprise by Vash. He's found one knock, maybe even another. This close quarter battle right now not going in favor of QWERTY, but they are able to pull it back so close. Getting one room for themselves, both of these knocks. 4VTFD's players will try to make it out in the cover of the smoke, but can Destroyer find them all? The answer seems to be yes.
Well, now it's all up to
no,
Wendless. Now it's all up to Wendless, right? There we go. Wendless is going to be ready and he's going to push on along to try and hold on and pinch it down Team QWERTY, but it seems like that's not going to be the case, sadly. Never mind. I mean, every single time I say anything, it's like a course.
But it was actually Endless's grenade that finished his teammates. That's gotta hurt.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's gotta
I
hurt.
did not notice that. Sheesh, dude, this is just a crazy fight. I mean, Team QWERTY not just sticking to the decision that they made. 4VTFD just trying their level best, and actually, I mean, they did it phenomenally well. They still have the numbers working in that team's favor. As that was all going on, Clarity on the other side have completely eliminated XGeneration, and with that, we've got 4 teams remaining, but sadly, Clarity have only got 420 boy all by themselves. So this is a game that now, all of a sudden, could be MetershotxSKY Esports' game altogether.
Yeah, exactly, and it will end up meaning that right now MetershotxSKY are in a great positions, but not so bad for QWERTY themselves, who've got that eastern front. The circle seems to have shifted towards them, so if they can hold on to this very important compound, if Wolverine can use that height advantage themselves, maybe they can pull out the chicken dinner themselves, but for that they've got to finish off 4VTFD immediately before they lose any more time. They managed to knock down Endless, and Danny is quite low, so the perfect moment for 4VTFD to slam in. But if MetershotxSKY, if you're noticing all of this, you got to make use of this opportunity, and third party right here, right now, catch QWERTY off guard.
Dude, look at that 420 boy bringing in that utility parade against the compound of Team QWERTY. He's all by himself, but he's still pushing on to create that sort of a fear factor for the side of Team QWERTY, because till now they were only focused on what's in front of them. Now they have to be careful of what's behind them, and that's exactly where they've got Wolverine set up, and 420 boy now knows exactly what's happening, and thus so do the players of MetershotxSKY. So it is a 3-way love triangle that's been created between these teams right now on this map.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. 3-way love triangle that might quickly go horrible, just the way these teams don't want it, because still Danny holding on for dear life. This time it's been Endless who's not trying to find the revive, trying to find the time, but Danny just buying as much time as he can, and really at this point just helping out MetershotxSKY who are lurking in the shadows, as well as 420 boy from Clarity, who's just waiting for an opportunity where the other teams might fight and he might take full control. Now QWERTY finally moving on to this tiny corner, clearing room by room. They'll find Danny as well as Endless, and that will mean the end of 4v But a lot of time wasted for QWERTY. Does mean that they're not able to just as quickly push back on MetershotxSKY. Now, between both of these teams, 420 boy from Clarity lurking in the shadows on the northern side. The minute a fight starts between QWERTY and MetershotxSKY, 420 boy will look to at least steal a couple of eliminations, if not the chicken dinner itself.
It seems like it. He's very much rooting to try and get, if not anything, try and be a little bit of a positioning change-up maybe for the side of Team QWERTY, because Team QWERTY is a 3-man squad as of now, and if he can bring down even just a single player from the side of Team QWERTY, then he can very well boost his team's positioning to the second place, and that is maybe something that 420 boy is trying or hoping for. But for the side of Team QWERTY, the fight that they ended up taking right now have depleted them of their utilities, and those utilities were so very crucial. So now I think it is going to result in more of a waiting game than anything between these three.
Oh yeah, 100%. And it is really going to come down to that final circle to force these teams out of their comfort positions, force them into a fight. But doing exactly that, Khatir, he's found Destroyer right here. But 420 boy actually taking full advantage of that and finding the elimination. Clarity right now capitalizing with the third party. They're moving in on QWERTY, and QWERTY just seems to have been caught off guard with his double-pronged attack from either side. Wolverine will most likely be taken down, and will Clarity pick up all of those eliminations? Almost all of them. 5 eliminations for 420 boy right here, and he's made it a 1v2 for the winner chicken dinner. 2 players from MetershotxSKY, 420 boy all by his lonesome. Can he pull off the 1v2?
Well, he's definitely going to try his level best, but it's a 2v1 situation, and indeed in doing so, as MetershotxSKY, both players push on together, 420 boy is going to be up in the wins, but boy, oh boy, 420 boy, dude, you did some cheeky play right there. He definitely, I mean, that's exactly the card that I would have done, and that's exactly what he did. You know, bring in that X factor against the players of Team QWERTY, and then just eradicate the positioning, placement positioning for the side of Team QWERTY, and in doing so, he ended up getting some placement positioning points and for his team as well as elimination points.
Yeah, most definitely. I think very well played by 420 boy right there, but also very well played by MetershotxSKY themselves to pick up the winner chicken dinner. Played it very slow, very smartly, capitalized on the right moment at the right time, just not giving in to the urge of that aggression. It is that WWCD winner chicken dinner for MetershotxSKY, ending this day 1 on a great note.
With 11 eliminations, this is along the string, of course, going to boost them all the way up to the 6th position in the overall ranking. Phenomenal turn of events, but same of course can be said for the side of Clarity, as in the first Erangel they were 3rd with 6 elimination points. As we move on through in the final game, they came 2nd, along with of course that chicken dinner that they got in the 3rd game of Erangel. So throughout, Erangel is looking very comfortable for Clarity is what we can say.
Oh yeah,
amazing
100%.
turn of events, game 1.
Yeah, I was just checking some stats, but was definitely Erangel looking very comfortable for Clarity. Seems to be the case, and does seem to be that for all of these teams, day 1 was quite an interesting set of affairs. I think teams like Clarity, Freestyle, Magnus really set themselves apart. Regicide even finding a strong note on this day 1 to set themselves up comfortably in day 2. But on this final match especially, we saw a couple of teams that were not necessarily having the greatest of days bounce back. Team QWERTY, one of the teams that did bounce back. MetershotxSKY as well. So lovely to see that competition really starting to heat up.
Exactly, and that is what you want, right? On day number 1 itself, you want the competition to start heating up so that the teams that find themselves at the top of that leaderboard, or rather in the top 5, they've got such an amazing lead for themselves, right? That the points that they're able to take away from every single game is going to be the boost that these teams at the low half are going to need tomorrow, because this is going to be crucial. If in just a single day, teams are going to be able to accumulate that many points, so the team sitting at the latter half of the leaderboard can very well think to themselves that if they've done it, so can we. I mean, now we know the strategies that these other teams are doing. Now we can definitely do our homework better and just push on along to get themselves in the top 16. But before we talk more about the final games and what to expect, we're going to go on a short little break. Stick around.
Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
say. So, dude, what would you say about this final game? Chaotic, messy, real good fun?
Yeah, I think real good fun is a great way to describe it, and I will have to see who the most valuable player for this game ends up being. It's actually Halsey from MetershotxSKY Esports right here. 6 eliminations to his name, 5 knocks, 675 damage. Just a consistent game, I think, is the best way to describe it.
Definitely. I mean, 5 knocks, 6 eliminations, 675 damage. It's all pointed down to, 675 damage. That means the 6 eliminations, they are so on point, right? The 75 damage extra apart from the 605 knocks, again, beautifully done. A very consistent team player, right? That's the kind of stat you want to see. A team player will bring up that sort of a stat that wherever he's pushing on along, he's definitely able to capitalize upon and put a full stop and put a band-aid on it and then move on to the next elimination. And that is the kind of man you need in your team. And that is what MetershotxSKY's Halsey has delivered, thus getting an MVP as you move on to XGeneration's Thug. Now, this dude was all over the place. I personally did notice him a couple of times taking on some crazy shots, and this time he's been able to eliminate 6 players or opponents rather, along with 711 damage in only 22 minutes of survival time. So that in case shows you, Halsey survived for 27 minutes and Thug right there with only 22 minutes, pretty much the same stats.
Yeah, exactly, and really well done. Again, something that we're seeing is teams like XGeneration as well stepping up with Thug picking up 6 eliminations. A team that was towards the lower end of the overall ranking stage, finding some success here in the final match of the day will make the competition tomorrow in the second day of the league stage that much more interesting as teams really start getting closer to that first super weekend, try to make their mark in the top 16. But I think a team that has clearly set the pace today has been QWERTY Esports. 420 boy,
yes.
Finding those key eliminations towards the end as well, finding a top 2 finish for his team. Just, I think, over and above, might have also stolen that number 1 spot from Regicide, if I'm not mistaken, or at least got close, very, very close to them in that regard, and effectively guaranteed, barring like horrendous performances tomorrow, and as long as they have even if they have a mediocre day tomorrow, that more or less guarantees their super weekend.
It definitely does. Nothing taken away from that. I completely agree with you, mate, because the way they're starting off on day number 1, this is a very high boost morale clarity that we're looking. A complete clear picture is what they've got for the entire storyline that they want to generate for this season's PMPL. As you move on to the match summary, we've got Metershots, of course, Halsey with the 6th highest elimination, followed in with the finisher with highest damage of 756. Moving on to the longest distance, we've got 216 from Khan and Katir coming in from the side of MetershotxSKY with 4 highest assists. So, very synergistic team for the side of, or rather, synergistic play for the side of MetershotxSKY Esports in this game.
Most definitely, and you can see a great game from R3D and QWERTY as well, getting close to that top 2 mark, and XGeneration finishing in that top 5. But again, a hit and miss game for teams like Star, for teams like North Esports, just not able to find any run of form. Even 3X Esports, for that matter, they're going to be languishing towards the bottom half of the table, not just over here, but even in the overall rankings.
They are. I believe 3X is already on the 20th position when this game started. So, yeah, it's not looking good. It's definitely not looking good. But then again, like we said, this is just day number 1, just the first 5 games done of this season's PMPL. So it is very much a possibility that the teams that find themselves at the bottom of that leaderboard, right? Lower than, I'd say, 14th position, 14, 15, 16, all the way down to 20th. These teams are going to have a real good opportunity to, look at the other players' games, look at their own game, and find out what exactly is going wrong. A team like, for example, I8, yeah, they're sitting comfortable in terms of where they're at in the overall ranking, but they can be so much better. They can be sitting at the top of that leaderboard. So they need to find out where exactly are they going wrong. What are they doing that is not working for them?
Yeah, most definitely. I think for I8, it's going to be the question is going to become tomorrow, what happened today, was that just a one-off, or was that a trend that we're going to see throughout the tournament here? But right now, looking at the zone analysis for this particular Erangel matchup, what we did end up seeing was quite a drastic eastern shift towards the initial stages before the trend reversed and it started shifting towards that Milita shelter area, and really again ended up favoring QWERTY in the initial stages till they ended up getting drawn into a fight that they didn't want to take. Left 420 boy all alone, and in that regard, it did end up being MetershotxSKY who fully capitalized on that fight that we're going to see in that eastern side between 4v and QWERTY.
Absolutely. And as we push on from these moments onwards, we do have MetershotxSKY just making a very slow, low-key approach, taking on a little bit of shots here and there. They've got, so basically what this implies is they've got the information as they've got teams on towards their left and flank. They've got teams very close to their right and front as well, and eastern front, but they are not going to be approaching them right off the bat. They're just taking it slowly, step by step. And as they did, that's where, again, 420 boys, clarity for just amazing play is what that was, dude, from that dude. And in doing so, he definitely did take away the placement points from Team QWERTY, but that's absolutely fine. I mean, in the end, some lose, some wins, it's absolutely fine. But day number 1 definitely does come to an end. Let's see what to anticipate from day number 2. But overall, if you're to summarize day number 1 for the Pakistan region, dude, what do you think? What would be that one wholesome that you could say for all these games?
Absolutely brilliant is what I would say, because we saw lots of different play styles come in today. We saw a lot of different approaches. We saw quite a few teams really feeling the butterflies and not able to step up to their mark, but also quite a few surprise performers. I think Magnus was clearly one of them. Wasn't expecting them to immediately get off the ground in such a prolific fashion, but they did. And similarly, Regicide as well. Like, while they might be a team that we know very well, the fact that they're able to pick up 2 chicken dinners out of the 4 matches they played today, that's a phenomenal showing in itself. And I think it really did mean that we've got a wealth of talent right here in PMPL Pakistan, and I'm excited to just see it grow and evolve throughout the few weeks that we have here.
Oh, definitely. I mean, as you so quickly mentioned, from the side of Regicide, again, now let's talk about teams that we do know of and are not performing, like from the side of Team QWERTY, not looking A-okay. By the end of the day, we did see a little bit of light shining from their Grozas and their metas, but eventually that is still very, very dim. They need to really pick up that pace. 3x, another team that you were mentioning when it came down to qualifiers itself, I did see the team perform and outperform the competition so gracefully. But that again is something that Fixes did mention in the cast, that you need to get your hands warmed enough, you need to get comfortable in the lobby, and that is something that maybe 3x is finding the cold feet upon. But tomorrow they could very well bring in a different playstyle altogether. R3D, I mean, nothing more can be said that will increase their playstyle. I mean, Qwerty Esports, same. They are just sitting so comfortably and so perfectly well in terms of the way and the playstyle that they're creating for themselves, that there's nothing that the lobby has found that will stop them in their tracks, for the likes of either be R3D, either be Qwerty, or for the likes of course, as now we move on along to different teams tomorrow, because today we did not see any contestations. All the 5 games, we hardly see any drop contestations. Tomorrow, maybe there might be teams wanting to particularly take on those sort of contestations when it comes down to the drop location. Maybe.
Especially the teams towards the bottom half of the table, right?
Exactly.
Because they're the ones who are going to try to make such moves happen, to get those early eliminations, get an advantage from the very start, and be willing to take those risks. But I think for teams like Qwerty, who are in the top half, they're most likely going to save those small strats for later into the Super Weekend, if not later in the tournament itself, because I think they're quite comfortable in where they are right now, and we'll just look to continue on that front.
Definitely, dude. We can keep our fingers crossed for that, because that's going to be very, very important for all of these teams, all the teams that are playing from Group A all the way down to Group E, the 20 teams that are here. Now, again, I mean, we have already spoken about this earlier, SALTxi8, Qwerty Esports, as well as R3D. These are the 3 teams that have already been invited, so they are looking pretty comfortable. But once again, they have to prove their mettle to be a part of that Super Weekend. And as you move on to the damage graph, now look at that damage graph. Jesus. What is going on? 4v the fight that they took, I think that was against QWERTY, right? I mean, 1018 damage dished out, but sadly only 2 eliminations confirmed from their side. Moving on to underperforming teams again. I mean, we've got Team 3x, 397 damage that they were able to dish out in the minutes that they played, with only 1 elimination point. H2E again. I mean, Magnus, 672 damage with only 3 eliminations. So still, teams are trying to figure out the play, what sort of a different play style are they going to be making from one map to the next. And also keeping in mind that tomorrow, as we move on along, we are no, not tomorrow, actually, my apologies, it's on day number 3. We are going to be looking at Sandhawk. So tomorrow again, we're going to be sticking with the Erangel and Miramar.
Yep, most definitely. And we're going to have to see for now, which teams are able to fix those small errors that they were able to make, that they ended up making today. But as we are talking about, Clarity do end up taking that #1 slot away from Regicide. Both
yes.
Regicide and Freestyle will drop one, and we've got our final rankings for today. Clarity, Regicide, Freestyle, Magnus, and SALTxi8 finishing up the top 5. But look at MetershotxSKY with one chicken dinner. They jump 5 places from 15th all the way to 6th. Shows you how important one good game can be.
One good game. I mean, they got 11 elimination points in this game along with the chicken dinner. Now, that is an over-aggressive good game, because if you were to take away that chicken dinner, take away the 11 elimination points, my apologies, you're sitting at pretty much nothing. So that itself shows you, so perfectly mentioned by you, that when it comes down to a good game, it has to be aggressive. It has to be a chicken dinner along with, of course, the eliminations.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to come down to teams in the second half of this table to try and find that good game tomorrow, because it's only going to get that much harder with all of these teams trying to push forward. I think, again, the teams that, especially the top 2 teams, Clarity, Regicide, Freestyle, and Magnus, I'd say assume SALTxi8 too. These teams are more or less guaranteed unless they just finish like last in every single of their matches tomorrow, then maybe they're not guaranteed. But as long as they have decent performances, they will be in a comfortable spot. But it's really teams like Star, like 3x, like 52 Rage, and Quraysh, surprisingly, because look, they've got a lot of eliminations. They've been a very aggressive team, but they've just not been able to hold on till the end of the match.
God, talk about this, dude. 4 matches you've played, and you only end up getting 2 placement points. Wow. Now, it's a team like this, Quraysh Esports, again, a team like this ends up getting a good game. We've already seen 12 elimination points, so that means they've got the prowess to be able to take on the fight to the enemy's face. All they need to do is just slow it down, just calm it down, right? And that's what we can very well expect from the side of this team. So, again, same can be said for the team sitting on the 14th position, the Grounders.
Yeah, 100%. I think, again, a team that played very well in this last match that got the benefit was QWERTY in the 11th spot, climbing up, I believe, 6 spots. They were 17th before, now onto that 11th spot. So QWERTY most definitely looking amazing right now with that last match alone. The rest not so great. So I think they'll look to just forget the rest of the day and hope to build on to that last match tomorrow, because I do believe tomorrow will be where really the revelation comes through as to who we'll be seeing in our first super weekend. It will come down to the teams trying to make the spot, and just like QWERTY, again, XGeneration as well, where 18th before this, one decent game, they've jump frogged themselves into that 15th spot. Still not out of the danger zone, either of these teams, but they've got to continue on with this form.
They definitely have to. I mean, as so perfectly mentioned by you, when it comes down to Team QWERTY, they did not have a good start, but it all depends on how you end up finishing, and that is what results in them finding themselves in that 11th position for now. So if this is what they keep on, or rather this sort of a play style is what they keep on continuing, we can definitely expect them to be a part of this first super weekend that we shall see starting from Friday onwards. With that, we have Clarity Esports' team card coming in for this day #1 itself. Zibyan sitting at 11 eliminations with 1 headshot. 420 boy, 11 eliminations with 3 headshot. Wow. I mean, yeah, this dude definitely takes the cake.
Yeah, 100%. I think Zibyan was a phenomenal player throughout. 420 boy as well, holding on for dear life towards the end of those matches and picking up some key frags to get his team on board. You can see he has the most damage in the team. I think a huge part of that is the nades he was able to cook and perfectly place. But I'd also like to give props to Drawlin and TmwEsports. TmwEsports, of course, is the IGL, I believe, doing very, very well for himself. And in terms of eliminations, this is where you can clearly see the Clarity Esports. This is why they are the #1 team. They've got 2 players in the top 5, but currently it's actually Voltrucks leading the charge with Regicide. 14 eliminations picked up by that single man himself.
Exactly, dude. I mean, this is just sensational play being showcased from these teams. In fact, the entirety of the lobby is what I would say. Nothing taken away from the teams that find themselves at the bottom of the leaderboard as well, because they are also not that far away from finding themselves in the top 16 to move into the Super Weekend. So overall, what we can say is that day #1 is off to a rocky start for a few of these teams. But definitely day #2, that rocky start will move into a rolling boulder that will definitely be favoring them. I keep my fingers crossed for that, at least right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we'll have to see which teams do end up not making it to the first Super Weekend. Tomorrow will be our day 2 of the league stage. I also believe the final day of the league stage in that matter, as teams look to secure their spot in the first Super Weekend. And we'll see which teams are able to fix those mistakes, because as you mentioned, Blotter, a lot of teams will have to go back to the drawing board, figure out what went wrong today, figure out where they can make some micro adaptations and find themselves on a stronger foot come tomorrow. And I think a lot of the teams will try to do so with the hope that they just make it to the Super Weekend, because then again you get a day break to prepare some new strats for that first Super Weekend and bring something new to the table. But what I am really glad about is 3 different Erangels, 3 different winner-winner chicken dinners. But as for Miramar, Blotter, well, there's a clear king to beat, and that is Regicide.
It is. There is nothing taken away from the side of this team, which is so very true. Regicide, in fact, one could very well argue that when it comes down to Erangel, QWERTY is not that far behind. I mean, they're pretty much always taken into that top 3 to top 5 position, at least for today's stats, based on today's stats are concerned. So let's see what this journey is going to be entailing for these 2 teams tomorrow, because whatever wonderful things they've done today, I don't think they're going to work tomorrow, because the other teams in the lobby, they are definitely going to be looking forward to getting it all taken care of tomorrow when the game starts.
But yeah, if you want to catch all of these games, make sure you follow us on all of these platforms. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Get your notifications turned on, because remember, this is just the start of PMPL Pakistan spring season. It's going to be a wonderful journey throughout as all of these teams grow and evolve, and you don't want to miss a single second of it.
Exactly. I mean, look at this amazing, glorious gladiator arena that's been created right now for all of these wonderful players. And as they do, you fans do find yourselves sitting virtually right there. And as you start spamming hearts along with the hashtags of the teams are going to be popped on right here. And of course, your love is going to be showcased virtually to all of these teams. So once again, do not forget to subscribe and follow all of these channels, as well as, of course, well, stick around, because we are going to be, this is just day number 1 that has started. The journey is long one, a month-long one, and day number 1 comes to end. Thank you so very much for tuning in. I've been Flora, joining, of course, with Nikhil. Say any, I don't know, last, how do you want to finish? What final words would you want to say for the day?
I will just say see you tomorrow. I'm sure everyone will be back.
All right, wait, see you tomorrow.
go.